Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the One Play Esports Valorant Invitational. My name is Vivek. Joining me for this broadcast is Floki. We've got 8 teams duking it out, some of the best known CSGO players and Valorant streamers in the country. We've got Tito, we've got Sai, we've got Venom, we've got so much talent in this stream and in this broadcast. It's not funny as far as players are concerned. Floki, I think we need to turn our focus a little bit towards the first match of the day. Global Esports versus Team Tamilas. What are your expectations from this best of three?
Oh boy, I mean, there's so much over there, right? Because just yesterday, I believe they had a grand final BO5 in which Team Tamilas almost made a reverse sweep and almost
Mm-hmm.
managed to make a comeback. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if Team Tamilas still have the hunger, if they still think they can beat out Global Esports. Because, man, yesterday's match was really, really close. So I'm really curious to see if they're going to be able to bring in the same energy or if they're slightly beaten down by what happened yesterday. Because it's not easy to play a grand finals as the previous day where you lost the team and then face
Yeah.
them again the very next day in a BO3.
Yep. I think we have a little bit of opportunity to just delve into what these teams are, where they come from, what games they played, and represented the country, their regions in the past. Team Tamilas, I mean, everybody knows about the kind of success that they brought in previous mobile esport titles. They've got Rafa, that's their main source of firepower. He's going to be playing the Omen. He's got a wide agent pool, actually kind of flexible like that. He plays the Omen, he plays the Jet, but he's the key duelist in that team. And when he doesn't feel like it, everybody chips in, everybody helps out. That's the nature of this game. It doesn't mean that your best duelist has to be top fragging. This is a team-based game, a role-based game, and it's great to see that Team Tamilas have everyone contributing. On the other side, you've got Global Esports. Right now, it's Hellranger leading that team. Hellranger, again, someone who's kind of flexible as far as agent picks are concerned, and that's a good thing to have. That element of surprise is what really wins you best of fives. That element of surprise is what also hopefully can help global esports find some sort of success in the best of three today. That best of five you were talking about yesterday, Floki, it was sheer madness, especially the Haven, when Haven was played not once but twice. My head just started to spin. I think we had a fun best of five in the phase two of that previous tournament, and I think looking forward at this tournament, we've got best of threes to start with. The grand finale is obviously going to be a best of five. There's 50,000 Indian rupee at stake. This is what these teams are dueling it out for. I think we've got the veto as well for this map. I think we're basically looking at Ace, Ascent, Bind, and Haven. For now, let's just look at today's schedule.
Yeah.
Global Esports versus Team Tamilas at 2 p.m. IST, pretty straightforward. And then you have Reckoning facing off versus Rebellious, both two newer names, newer brands in the Indian scene at 3:30 p.m. New but not new, Floki.
Yeah, and that's approximately the rough timings you can expect. Of course, if it ends up going to a third game, then there is going to be a slight delay. But it's going to be all the more interesting for you folks. More matches, more nail-biting action, and we have the brackets right in front of you. So, in case you're wondering what the teams participating are looking like, you can have a look now. Obviously, it's going to be a single elimination. So, every match it has a lot of stakes involved for both of these teams. You don't get any second chances. This is not double elimination. So each team really going to be bringing their best into every match because every round counts.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
I think we've got the teams also, and I mean, we can obviously touch upon the teams a little bit more. So, Noble Esports is the team that Sai is playing in right now. That's him and Haystack. I believe they've got Tito in that team as well. And yeah, I think Rat Syndicate. That's another team that I've actually followed since the beginning. It's interesting how much history is there to that team. I believe they're now picked up an all Indian roster. TSF and the other team we'll talk about a little bit more. But for now, let's just look at the veto that should be coming up soon enough. We've got the veto on our screens. Map 1 Bind, Map
mhm.
2 Ascent, and Map 3 Haven.
So
Any
not
thoughts
getting
on
a
the veto?
yeah, not getting a cent out of the way right off the bat.
Yeah.
We see that's the approach that teams like to take because the cent is just this wild map, man. Like it's so difficult to play that map properly. Bind is there's a lot more structure to it. There's a lot more understanding. Yes, there is room for cheeky plays here and there, but still, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's not as wild as Ascent. As we've talked about this earlier too. Like Ascent just has this huge open mid area where it can be pretty difficult to get control without having a lot of utility being thrown there. So Ascent really ends up boiling down to that map control, and it can set the morale or it can set the pace for the upcoming map. So it's interesting to see that that's not the first map they'll be going after. So of course, Buying's going to be the first map. So I do expect that whichever teams ends up winning the first map, I don't think it's going to matter to them as much because
Yeah.
Ascent is the second map. There's always
Yeah.
going to be a chance for the comeback on that one.
I get what you mean. Ascent is the most puggish map in a sense
Yeah.
in this game. I think it has that factor of unpredictability that you really got to manage very well. And this is where I think the experience that Hellranger is bringing as an IGL is really going to come into play. Now, Team Tamilas, I'm not going to write them off just yet. I'm very curious to see what this team is all about. I've heard so much about Rafa, Zoid, and the others. I think for me, I'm just going to put aside the tournament that took place yesterday. I'm going to ignore the results of that best of five. Team Tamilas are here to play with the big boys. They want to contest for the spot of top dog in the Valorant circuit in the country. And I want to see what it is that they bring to the table. I think what Global Esports are going to bring is quite straightforward, right? I'm just going to take you through that lineup because I've followed them from their other games, and we all, at least in India, we all know and love Hellranger as Indian Counter Strike's most hated but most loved in-game leader. He's a good 50-50 of both, and I've seen him really bring out the best in teams,
Yeah.
and sometimes
Energy levels are
really
through
hit
the
dead
roof.
blocks.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
man. Like as a captain, you want someone like Hellrange on your team. You want someone who can instill that confidence back after losing a couple of rounds in a row. The guy who can go like, you know what, guys, doesn't matter. We're gonna go back in and we're gonna get all these frags in. But yeah, it looks like the first map is gonna be underway pretty soon. We also have
Yep.
some pretty strong names on the roster. We have Skills. We have SK Rossi, we have
Lightning
Kappa. So
fast.
all of these players are really, yeah, lightning fast.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like we've seen these players perform really well
Yeah.
under the right circumstances, and I'm sure Hellranger as an IGL will be able to provide it to them.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping into our first map of the day. It's fine. The players are just starting to get warmed up bit by bit. It's going to be a fun one. I think we have a chance to look at the agent vetoes and just see what each team has opted for. I'm just going to run through them, Floki, really quickly. So Global Esports, they're going to be playing defense. That's luck on their side, and they've got the Cypher, so Hellranger's going to be playing the Brimstone. They have a Phoenix for the Flash, a Sova, so more information to aid the Cypher and aid the team, and they've got a Jet, so they have that one person that can just be a nuisance and pick up the operator if need be. If you're looking at Team Tamilas, they have both the Cypher and the Sova, which I like. Them matching the Phoenix with their Phoenix, but instead of the Brimstone, this is where their draft or their veto takes a swing. They're going for the Omen, which brings more to the table than just a Brimstone in a sense. Brimstone, a controller, Omen, a controller in a sense, but with the most cheapest discount smokes you can ever ask for. Brimstone has to open up that big iPad thingy and wait and then drop 3 smokes and then sit and watch the whole map. Omen's a lot more flexible. Our first pistol, Floki, of this Valorant Invitational, and it's Zoid on the Phoenix, who's starting to look for openings towards A shot.
Zoid, he's not going to be opening up straight ahead, just trying to get some information out here for his team, trying to find any stragglers that might come and push through for info. Now, all of them have purchased Ghosts except for the Cypher, so it is going to be a one-tap headshot game here. You know, all these teams are not going to really be able to battle it out for very much longer. But for now, it seems the teams, Global Esports, are taking it easy. So our Team Tamilas just waiting for that information to pour in before they make any single move and slowly making their way towards this A-shot area.
Yeah. I think if you just look at the defensive setup, it's Hellranger is trying to rotate, and he's trying to be the first person to try and just guess where Team Tamilas want to hit and be there to stall them. And it looks as if Team Tamilas want to hit the A side. They're going to clear out lamps bit by bit, but there's the Jet waiting. SK Rossi with the course. He's going to find
left.
2 easy quick kills. This is looking a bit too simple for Global Esports, and there's Kappa tossing up shot darts in the midst of nowhere. That's Kappa from heaven, just finding kill after kill. But Skills has got a lot to do himself, as there's still Rafa on the spike side that they've got to contest with. He hasn't got the spike, and without the spike, without his friends, all he can do is hug that box, hug that corner, try and isolate his duels. But that is simply not enough after SK Rossi just shuts them down towards lamps.
Yeah, that lamp here is so hard to gain control over, essentially, especially with a player like SK Rossi watching in. You need to double peek him. If you give him 1v1s, you're just essentially asking for a loss there. And SK Rossi too, really picking up those 2 quick kills, just slowing down Tamilas so much that they didn't even know what they were hit by. They were like, oh, guys, we're stuck here now, what do we do? And so they had this little moment where, you know, the Sova, I believe, managed to get a headshot, but after that, it's just not possible because all the defenders have rotated, and now the recon bolt is also going to reveal this 3-man setup towards A shot once again, and it's going to be SK Rossi.
Yes, again, SK Rossi at lamps looking. This time he's being contested a bit, blinded. He's going to have to fall back. He's been forced to give up control of lamps a bit. He's trying his luck with the Phoenix. The Phoenix has a classic at burst, which is just so much better at close range. But there's Flex with the classic. He finds the opening. It's him on the raise that's actually found access for Team Tamilas onto the A spike side.
But Lightning Fast making his way back towards the side, trying to regain control. The spike has been planted, so that is good money going away towards the side of Team Tamilas. But look at this, Rafa manages to get another pick off with the classic. The question is, can they stop this defuse? 3v2, Phoenix, he's gonna hold it down. Brimstone watching him, and SK Rossi shutting down the Omen, but the Omen not able to get the kill in time. And just like that, second round going the way of Global Esports, but Team Tamilas still, they got a lot more than they could have asked for.
Yeah. And this is the approach to your economy on Jet, right? Like you just work with the Ghost. You're not upgrading. You've gotten 2 kills in the first round, so that's more credits for you. And now you have the operator to work with. So SK Rossi has picked up the operator. We're still seeing a couple of Spectres, so that's Lightning Fast and Kappa. And they're going to adjust their playstyle accordingly, not try and take contact at long range. So the ones with the Vandals, the ones with the operators, they're the ones that really have to try and hold the longer distances. SK Rossi is actually just going to push past that portal and get into this little pocket here as he's trying to just clamp down the A side as best as he can. Towards B, we've got the Cypher as well as the Phoenix holding on. SK Rossi pushed back, but it doesn't matter. He finds the kill through the bush, blinded. He has nowhere to go as Jin and the others just dominant. The Vandal doing work for Jin. Saw it there with the Phantom, follows up with another kill on the Kappa, and now it's Hellranger who's trying to piece together a retake, Floki.
Yeah, and once again, we see this non-committal to the A side, but they still manage to get the plant out. So they don't have complete control, but it's just enough to get the bomb down and cover it. And once again, it's going to cause all these defenders to fight the side of Team Tamilas in this awkward position towards short, where there's so much cover for them to work with. And look at this, all these two smokes have been dropped down. So Team Tamilas, they're not going to be able to pick the fight too well. But Zoid himself manages to get a kill. Skills manages to pick up 2 for himself as well, down to a 1v1. Zoid finally getting another pick onto the Phoenix as well. He has a HP. The flash is not going to be enough as Skill speaks out, sees his head, and blows it apart with enough time for the defuse as it was half tap. In Global Esports, they will pick up the 3rd round, although that was a very, very close one.
Yeah, it was close indeed. Like, for a second, we all thought that SK Rossi was done for. He somehow, after managing to push that aggressively, he falls back with the dash, takes a kill through those boxes. If he managed to land a 2nd kill with the operator, it would be huge for Global Esports, but he did his best, and Skills, Hellranger as well as Lightning Fast really making that retake look so simple. Kudos to whoever half-tapped the spike. I'm not quite sure if it was Lightning Fast or Hellranger, but that made life so much easier for Skills. I think when you try and piece together a retake, if you got utility, push off your opponents, don't give them vision, try and half defuse the spike, and that's going to make the retake simpler.
And Stoner opening things up again for Team Tamilas. He's going to be able to find the kill onto Hellranger. So no more smokes, no more mollies for the side of the defenders. But look at this, SK Rossi actually goes and gets the kill with the classic of all things. And Kappa picks up another one for himself, down to a 4v3. So he's going to send out his little owl to see if he can find any members on the side of Team Tamilas. And he sees one towards Lamp. Cypher gonna push there, but he's gonna be greeted by 2 players there. I don't think he actually managed to spot the other one. The Raze managed to get a pick, so they don't know that the other guy is still in there. But SK Rossi managed to pick up the Sova, and now Raze all by himself trying to defuse this bomb. Lightning Fast covering, making sure that Raze cannot peek out and stop this defuse from coming in. And once again, just like that, Global Esports managed to get another round of defense, and they take away his weapon. And that investment from Team Tamilas onto this round to maybe try and put a dent in the economy of Global Esports, not very successful. What do you think they should do here? Is this a save or is this a force buy?
I mean, I don't think you try too much. I don't think you invest too many credits in this round. It just feels like Jin is feeling confident enough to upgrade, and it's not just confidence, he's also got a decent amount of credits to back that up. So if he manages to get a kill, if they pick up a couple of ultimate orbs this round, that's a good round for them. If they manage to just get objectives across the map and just pick up credits and build their economy, not just in terms of credits but also in terms of ultimate orbs, that's the round 1 in essence for them. Now the good thing that Global Esports is doing is applying the fundamentals of Counter-Strike very, very well in Valorant, and that's really showing. It's Hellranger who's, brought unity to the plays amongst everyone in Global Esports. There's very cool, centered, and unidirectional shot calling. Yeah. And Team Tamilas, I think you can't just... I mean, they need to be a little bit more fluid across the map. They're just grouping up towards A shot. It's very easy for Hellranger to find a read on them. Their offense needs to be a little bit more unstructured. That's the word I'm looking for. They need to be a little bit more unpredictable. I want to see Team Tamilas, really piece together some sort of an offense. It's still early days. It's only 4-0. It's a best of 2, guys. You got to remember that the next map is Ascent. So Bind is one of the easier maps in a sense. Ascent is pure madness, and maybe pure madness is what will work for Team Tamilas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the reasons why Team Tamilas have not really been able to pick up a round real quick is just how predictable they've been. 4 rounds straight going towards A shot, not even contesting that B site. They know that the Cypher is there, but every single time they don't even make an attempt towards that side. They don't try to force any rotations or anything of that sort. And Global Esports, they're definitely picking up on that.
Yep.
Flying drone.
Yeah, there's a smoke by Hellranger once again towards this hookah area because now I think he realizes that there is going to be slightly more commitment. In fact, the Sova is going to send out his drone and I think he spotted the Phoenix. I'm not quite sure, but regardless, a lot of aggressive hookah control being taken here by the side of Team Tamilas. The rotations not really coming in just yet. The Jet still holding on to the A side. The Cypher still lurking around there. So it is going to be a 4v4 here towards B. Now everyone seems to finally be in position and everyone's ready for this hit.
I know
and just like that,
exactly
Rafa's going to find the
where
first kill,
you
but quickly traded out by Skills with the Vandal. And now the enemy is being revealed through the Cypher traps there. And just like that, Global Esports, they know exactly what teams are up to.
Not the Cypher trap. I believe that was Skills who had the neural theft saved up. But yeah, Skills, I mean, whatever information he's managed to gather wasn't really worth it because he got traded out by Zoid. Now, parity in terms of numbers has been restored as Hellranger with the Vandals will manage to bring down the enemy Cypher. Bit by bit, the offense is starting to crumble. The Hunter's really not really finding them anything. And
30 seconds
Hellranger,
left.
like the anchor that he is just holding on to the spike side as hard as he can. There's a recon bolt revealing his position. He hasn't got the best cover to work with. But he has got that Brimstone ultimate. He can rain down the orbital strike if needed. Or maybe he could just hold on to it.
One enemy remaining.
First time for all, the spike needs to get planted.
10 seconds left.
He's nowhere close to being planted. Zoid manages to bring down Hellranger. He's got a Vandal, but it's still a 1v2. Time is ticking, Floki. There's no way Zoid makes this work.
Yeah, he's just gonna have to. Well, he couldn't even save a weapon if he wanted to. He just ends up getting tapped down by Global Esports. But once again, I don't think this is too bad because they did save in the previous round, so they are gonna have a fall by this round. This is gonna be the make and break situation. This is what's gonna define the upcoming 2 rounds and really cement the Global Esports lead or break it, for that matter. And they have a few ultimates up and ready too on the side of Team Tamilas. You have the neural theft on the Cypher. You have the Raze also. Hopefully this round should be going their way and finally getting them some crucial rounds back on the board.
Yep. I think the one thing that Team Tamilas did that really worked for them was using the Owl Drone to just break the first Cypher trap. So they need to use their utility to just bring down the layers of utility that Global Esports are working with. The only issue is there's a Brimstone, and Brimstone has 3 smokes, the worst possible smokes that you can play in as an opponent, and that's what they need to force out. If they're forcing out Hellranger's utility, if they're forcing out the Cypher's utility, life will just be a whole lot simpler. They managed to do that to a certain extent in the previous round. Let's see if the same success works for them, if the same approach rather works for them towards B this time around, Floki.
Okay, now they managed to spot Lightning fast. They know he's there. They also know that he has an ultimate at the ready, so they are gonna take their sweet time with this. They're not gonna rush things. They're still looking to get some more info on the map. Now the Sword did manage to pick up an ultimate point, so he does have his ult now for Global Esports. So that's another thing they can work with. His defense becoming more and more solid as time progresses, it seems, in this round. And now with 40 seconds left, Tamilas need to decide where they're going to hit, and it's going to be the B side. Rafa, preparing his flash, throws it out back. I don't think he managed to hit anyone. The Cypher trap
30
going to be
seconds
laid down, and the Cypher in a very tricky position. It's going to beat down and 2 skills. Single-handedly shutting down the Spurs, but Flex, wait, is he going to manage to bring it back? The rotations are now coming in, but the side control is almost they haven't gotten the bomb down just yet, but just like that, defenders peek out, get a couple of headshots, and no plant either for Team Tamilas. Man, Skills single-handedly shutting down that push with its simple single Cypher cage.
Yeah, that was good stuff coming out from Skills, and definitely it was not just Skills. You've also got to commend Lightning Fast on the side, who managed to hold on to Hookah, did manage to find 1 kill, didn't find the second. So the Cypher cage is not something you can just walk into, not when Skills is around. It's not going to be that simple for Team Tamilas, but they are finding weaknesses bit by bit in the Global Esports setup. One thing that I want to point out, Global Esports managed to get that orb towards Shaz. I think it was Kappa that did that. But even in the retake, like it was a 3v2 retake. I'm calling it a retake. The spike wasn't even planted. Even then, they didn't have to use their recon to get information. So Global Esports are playing with a tad bit of disrespect. There's no other way to call this, because they're just finding the confidence in the fundamentals of other tactical shooters that they know really, really well. This time around, the Tamilas, they have more to work with. The Phoenix
Oh my.
ultimate, he's going to be forced to run it back immediately, and lightning fast from the middle of nowhere gets a clean headshot onto Zoid. Zoid is dead. His ultimate not positioned ideally. Cypher Kid is being dropped. The Omen smokes are there as well, but Kappa finds Rafa just sitting, watching like a duck, looking nowhere. Kappa gets the kill, and there's SK Rossi from the heavens with the operator. He's going to shut down any further aggression from Shah.
player
The Millers,
standing.
they group up towards one part of the map. They try and walk in, and it's not that simple. Now it's just
30
Flex
seconds left.
with the spike. She's got the rocket in her pocket, but I'm not quite sure if this is enough.
Yeah, I don't think this race is not gonna manage to do a lot. And oh boy, missing that headshot left range, that's not gonna do you any favors. But Spam, man, that's gonna be a horrible way to die. Didn't even get the headshot, and you end up getting spammed to death. But I have to say, Team Tamilas, there seems to be a certain lack of confidence in their playstyle. You know, they managed to make their way towards B. They made a couple of mistakes, but they, as soon as they lost the next round, they straight went back to A. They didn't even try contesting B all the way again. They're like, you know what, guys, B is just not doable. We have to make do with attacking the A site. And I think Global Esports are reading into that. They can smell the fear. For now, though, I think this is going to be the second pause of the game. I believe this is Team Tamilas that's going to be taking it. And I do think they need this pause. They need to figure out, just take a breather, calm down, relax,
Yep.
and get their head back in the game. They really need to just make sure that Cypher is able to pop his utility earlier in the round, because there is absolutely no pressure coming in from the attacker side. Usually when you see people play the attack side, they don't commit that heavily, but they do try to apply as much pressure as they can with their utility, you know, with their smokes, with all the shock that's on all the utility you have in the world.
Yeah, I feel that, you know, if you take away the layer, the aspect of just shooting people in this game, what does it boil down to? It boils down to ability usage, and the ability usage so far from Global Esports. You call it ability, you call it utility, you call it whatever you want. The ability usage has been phenomenal so far. They're doing a great job on defense of slowing them down, and I just personally feel that Team Tamilas need to be a lot more patient and break the utility usage that Global Esports are working with. That's only going to work if they split up across the map in twos. Their default is, I don't know, it's like
It's a
three,
little
four.
shoddy at best, to be honest, on the
It,
attacking side at least.
yeah, it's not enough, right? Like they've got to threaten skills at Belong. You've got to threaten the Phoenix towards hookup. So you got to threaten different parts of the map at the beginning of the round as much as possible. Bleed out those abilities, and then see where you need to commit. I think if Team Tamilas do manage to slow down their game a little bit, if they can, if they find the luxury of slowing down their game, I think they're going to find a lot of success. One thing that we've started to notice on the map, and this is not me saying this, I mean, we saw it on the mini map, Floki. Kappa on the Sova is just pushing Shahs aggressively. Like, that is the kind of stuff you want to punish. When he goes to
Exactly.
pick up that ultimate op, you want someone to be there to punish that. If you get to punish those mistakes, you're more likely to win rounds and string rounds together on offense. So far, Team Tamilas have done a decent job. You saw when they had less resources, Floki. You saw that one round. You remember
Yeah,
that
I
one round
remember that.
where the Omen had a stingo? Yeah. I
Yes.
think that's just the nature of how we are as a country. You take away our resources, and we go into jugaad or overdrive or just figuring shit out. And that is what needs to happen. Like that mindset to the game, it needs to kick in from this round onwards. I'm not quite sure
Necessity is
what.
the mother of invention. You know, that's what they say.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, that's something that needs to happen. I don't know if you can spot out anything else that could really help Team Tamilas find more rounds. And
I just think there's a lack of confidence, right? These players are not really trusting their gut, trusting their instincts, trusting each other, even for that
yeah,
matter. You know, you have your duelist is taking his time to go in. You know, there's no like, you know what, guys? Okay, once we force out the utility, I'm just gonna go in. Trade me out
yeah,
if I die. You don't see that happening, and when it does happen, it's a little too late in the round. It becomes too obvious. Like the pushes start coming in at the 40 to 35-second mark, and
yeah,
at that point, the CT is already. I mean, the defense, they already have a very good understanding of where the push is going to be coming from. So they rotate, they make it to the other side, and the only lurk I also want to say that the lurk they've been putting up, like the Cypher lurk as the lurker for the side of Team
yeah,
Tamilas, I don't think it's very effective, right? Because
Yeah,
Cypher doesn't really have any abilities that allows him to get an advantage in a 1v1 sort of a fight. You
yeah,
put someone like a Phoenix, someone like a Jet instead, with the same amount of utility, with the same utility that Cypher has placed, and that can turn the tide completely because all of a sudden, you're gonna know if they decide to push a bit too aggressively. You have a Phoenix who can go forward, clear out, flash these areas, and maybe find a pick or two onto any overextending enemies. And
yeah,
that's when the round ends up opening up. If you just put a Cypher there, that option of punishing those overextensions, it's going to be much harder to do that because you're relying on the enemy coming way far out of the comfort zone
yeah,
to take a duel. And that's not going to happen with a team like GE.
yeah. Yeah, we're having a couple of technical issues. I hope those get resolved for Team Tamilas. I
Yeah.
think we have a little bit of time. Guys, fun fact, I speak a little bit of Tamil. So if you have any Tamil viewers, I'm just going to say one thing about internet and I mean, two words about the internet, the weather, and all the issues that we all face as gamers. Samma talavali. That's the only
What
two
does
words
that
I can
mean?
find to this.
What
It's
does
a
that mean?
it's a big headache. It's a big headache.
Okay.
It really is a big headache. I'm not going to go into more Tamil because it would be limiting after a while. But yeah, uh, Team Tamilas though they can actually take this time to just rethink their approach. They're down
Yeah.
6 rounds if I'm not mistaken, Floki. They have another 6 rounds to work with. The sides are going to switch after that. It's
Yeah.
common sense. So they want to find as many rounds as possible. Even if they manage to string together 3 or 4 rounds, that's good enough. I think Valorant is a game, Floki, where you have to be quick to adjust to ability
Yeah.
usage, to pushes. And if you're not adjusting fast enough, uh, the game is just going to fly by you and you're going to be gold like me for the rest of your life. I,
Yeah,
I,
I
u-
agree.
I used to be Diamond, Floki. Those days are gone.
You, I used to Platinum 3 myself. I almost made it to Diamond. I remember I used to play with you all the time. But what what happened? It seems like you heard a very funny joke inside your own head. You want to share it with us?
No, it's how I deranked over the axe because of something called friendship and you.
I think, yeah, like different people play the game for different reasons. When initially it started off, he was just playing for fun, seeing what Valorant was all about.
Yeah,
Got serious midway and then stopped playing it for fun. But regardless, um, like I was talking about it earlier, there seems to be this lack of confidence in Team Tamilas that is only happening because of the amount of stagnancy that's there in their play, right?
yeah,
Like I think we saw them push A shot like what 4 rounds in a row, and at
yeah,
that point, global esports they don't even feel like they need to switch up their default. There's no pressure on them. There's nothing that makes them go like, okay, guys, I'm not sure what we're gonna do next year, so we need to make a few adjustments. We need to make sure that we're ready for what Team Tamilas is gonna pull out
yeah,
next. They just know that these guys are just gonna keep pushing a shot. So why end up changing the default at all?
yeah,
And Team Tamilas, if they can mess around with that a little bit, I think it's gonna open up the
yeah.
round on the board significantly for them.
Yep, they need to start asking questions
Yeah,
about the default that global esports are running. And right now, to to break it break it apart and split open their defaults, it is quite simple. We have a little more issues that we're trying to figure out, some hiccups for the players. We should be figuring them out soon enough. This is a small opportunity for you guys to go get some chai and be back. We're just 6 rounds down in our very first map at the One Play Esports Valorant Invitational. My name is Vivek, with me is Floki. We're taking a small technical break, not breakup, small technical break, and we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the One Play Esports Valorant Invitational. My name is Vivek. With me was Floki. With me is Floki. He's very much still here. We're
Alive.
watching. You're very much alive. We're watching Global Esports versus Team Tamilas. We've got the round playing out, and I think more than what we have, I just want to take stock of what we caught up with Floki. Like what took place in this map for you that you wanted to point out.
Yeah, for me, it's just been more of how the side of global esports have been just not really even making any adjustments to the default, right? Like, look at the way they're playing. SK Rossi's still permanently been on the A side. You know, he's stayed playing that Heaven or either playing that Lamps area. Kappa is also still always playing that A side. And they're always getting the information now. They always know that these people are out towards a shot. You know, at B, the Cypher and Phoenix always push out a little bit, get that early information. So there's really no variation from Team Tamilas essentially.
Yeah.
That's what I was kind of pointing out earlier, and that's what I hope they fixed after this really long pause, after they've had some time to talk about the strategy and talk
Yep.
about everything.
Yeah, I think in most tactical shooters you do get a break. You are allowed to take a break. Where this game goes in regards to breaks, tactical timeouts, technical timeouts is going to be interesting. The game is still in its nascent stage, and we're going to see more changes, so to say, from the tournament organizers and even Riot themselves as to how this game is going to progress and where it's going to go. But for now, we did see Team Tamilas take a little bit of time to just regroup. They're down 7-0, Floki.
Yeah,
And
they're down
they've
10-0.
yeah, they're down 7-0 and they've got to make a comeback. Like you mentioned, they seemed a little too predictable.
Yeah,
I think that's the word we were both looking for. They can string together 4 rounds. We will have the opportunity to look at their economy, and yeah, we should know soon enough how many rounds they can string together. I'm really interested to hop into the game.
yeah.
I think we should be hopping into the game soon enough. Uh, I just wanted to point out that Team Tamilas, their default has been rather predictable. Like what they do, Global Esports have a great read on them. And in this
Mhm.
game and in every tactical shooter, especially, I'm just gonna compare it to the other game that we know of, like which is the closest to this,
Call
which
of
is Counter
Duty.
Strike. Okay.
Yeah,
We-
that was the joke. That was the joke, man.
I got it. I got it. I got
Yeah,
it. But yeah, I'm just going to compare it to the closest game that everybody brings up because a lot of the players of this game come from this community, Floki. It's the Counter Strike community, right? This is the Indian CS:GO community that's in play to an extent, and I'm just looking at how they're approaching the game. It Hellranger has grown as an IGL because to call in Valorant and to call in Counter Strike are very different things. I think personally,
yeah.
I think Valorant is more demanding of you,
It's
and
also a lot more fluid in
it
general.
is it is you've got to be a fluid caller. You can't
Yeah,
run executes. You can't say that. Hey, I'm Omen. I'm going to TP to the back of the site, and then we're all going to enter at the same time. That please,
oddly specific. That is so oddly specific. You want to
that is.
elaborate upon that experience? So wait, go on. I'm sure chat's gonna love what you have to say about
No,
yesterday.
I'm not going on to that experience. It's a pub I was playing, and that guy just called what was the most redonkulous chat, and in my head, I was like, okay, this is not gonna work because okay, look, you can run executes. It's not that
Yeah,
executes don't work. But
Mhm.
what I want to say is that if you are running executes, you have to plan them precisely. It takes a
Yeah,
lot of coordination to make an execute work.
it's very
If the server,
meticulous.
it's very,
It's very meticulous. Like everything has to
yeah,
be precise. There's no
yeah.
room for error over here.
Absolutely, absolutely. So don't just group up outside A, outside B, and say, okay, I'm going to use this flash in this wall, and then we're going to go into the site. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
Please, please. It doesn't work in pubs. It takes a lot of coordination to make plays like that work. And if you guys are a 5 stack, if you guys are gold, platinum, diamond, I've played even with a lot of immortal friends. I think the only difference you'll notice from here to immortal is that they spend a lot of time in Kovacs or aim labs, so they've got really really strong aim. But yeah, if you are a friend just starting, please don't force your stack, your buddies, your 5 buddies to do nonsense like, oh, we're going to use this omen smoke, that omen smoke, the ultimate. I mean, sure, that's what it would look like on paper, but don't force it early. It takes time and practice to get those kind of strats to work. Just be a little bit more fluid in this game, as Floki said.
exactly. There are 20 different abilities in on each side. You can't just play around one of them. You have to play around all of them. The enemy
Yeah,
also has 20 unique abilities that they're going to use to try and shut you down.
yeah,
So a lot about Valorant comes down to how well you can use those abilities and
yep,
how you can use all of them. Incorporate every single one
yep,
into your play to give you the maximum possible advantage. You
yep,
can't just go like, okay, guys, we have a race bazooka. You know what? We're just gonna enter here all behind her, and we're gonna trade her out, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that. No, that is not. Most likely, it's not gonna work out. If it does well, it's by chance, but. The enemy is going to have so many more abilities to use. They're still going to have all these spells that they use, but you're still just trying to get a trade out, and you haven't pressed any of your abilities. So there's
yeah,
a huge difference that makes, and that's why this is something we talked about as well. Why core Counter Strike principles do apply to this game, but this game is not Counter Strike. It's a lot deeper than that. It's essentially the depth is a lot different than it is in Counter
yeah.
Strike. Where
It's
Counter Strike
it's
is
it's like
executing.
Floki said. It's exactly like Call of Duty.
Yeah, it's exactly like Call of Duty. You have to play around your kill streaks. You have to play around everything that you have at your disposal. But jokes aside, though, I think we were seeing a little bit more of this coming from Team Tamilas, right? Like they were a little hesitant. They were a little, they weren't using the utility as well as the side of GE was. With GE, we can always see Hellranger right off the bat. He smokes off one area, so you don't have to worry about that for a couple
Yeah,
of 15, 20 seconds.
yeah,
You have your other players going to the other side of to the other part of the map and
yeah,
finding out information over there, right? So if you smoke off hookah, you're gonna go towards B main, B long, and you're gonna find if there's anybody there. If there's anybody peeking with something like a Cypher camera, or maybe throw out a Phoenix flash and get some info for yourself. And it's Valorant is more about those kind of plays than it is about just grouping up together and playing the trade game. So Team Tamilas, I do think they're a very experienced team, of course, and they've played a lot more Valorant than any one of us have. So I'm sure they're going to be able to incorporate a lot more of that after this tactical pause.
okay,
And
we should be jumping into the game about now. The score 7-0. Uh, Everything has
Out of
been
charges.
restored in the sense as to where you
Ready.
were before this pause, the kills, the economy, the weaponry, and this is what the economy looks like for
Revealing
Team
area.
Tamilas. Personally, I'm not a fan. They're broke.
yeah, they're really, really broke. But we can see a difference in approach this time around. A lot more confidence. They're not afraid. They know it's just an equal round, so anything they get is probably going to be an icing on the cake. It's not going to be the cake itself, but speaking of icing, it seems that there is a lot of icing on this Team Tamilas cake as they've managed to crack open the B bomb site and they have control. They also have a Phantom up on the SOA. Should be able to get the bomb down if nothing else at the very least. So that's extra money going in their pockets for the next round. And it seems that this long tactical, oh my goodness, that insane SOA ult by Kappa is going to take out both of them. And just like that, well, Team Tamila's hopes and dreams, they've been shattered, but regardless, they will be able to dream once more in the next round because they are going to have all the money in the world. Sova is also going to manage to save the op, so not a lot of economical damage caused there. But Team Tamilas, this is not a bad round for them by any stretch of the imagination.
It isn't a bad round per se, Flurky, but what you got to remember is just the score. The sides are going to switch. Do you understand the pressure that this is going to put on their defense? They've got to win that pistol so badly as this half is just starting to slip away from them. Yeah, you can give A for effort. I mean, this can be, there's some schools which give you certificates for the effort you put in. Yeah,
It's called a consolation prize. It's the 4th place prize. I used to get one back in the first
now it's just called an education trophy. I think in the 90s you called it a consolation prize. And SK Rossi is schooling them right now with the operator. He's managed to just push out hookah. He's found a pick. This guy, he played on a team called Blaze back in the Counter-Strike days, or when he played a lot of Counter-Strike, and he's always been one of those redonkulous talents from the south, and he's showing us just why. He's found the first pick. The numbers are just not there for Team Tamilas in terms of offense, but they can still make a 4v5 work.
Yeah, and look at this. He has all this information, SK Rossi, for himself, that there's nobody up here towards this hook idea. Now he's going to spot the single raise over there, but I don't think that's any cause for concern. G, they're still holding to the ground. They have the man advantage, and Raze trying to force out some positioning error from SK Rossi, but SK Rossi, well, his head is still on his shoulders. He is not demotivated. He's not even affected by the Raze pushing up that close. He's still holding that angle. Stoner will manage to open things up, but quickly traded off by Skills as he finds Rafa. And it seems it's going to be an 8 take. Now the Cypher Cage is to his ultimate. Still waiting for the sign of...
30 seconds.
Waiting for the sound of the bomb, I believe, before he rains it down upon the enemies. 26 seconds left, and there's the ultimate being thrown down by the Brimstone, and it's not really going to find a kill, but it is going to delay the plant. And now the smoke's also going to be coming in from Hellraiser as Skills going to make his move, but Stoner managed to find the trade. Bomb has been planted, and just like that, it is going to be a 3v3 retake with the op. Not exactly a great situation here for Global Esports, but this is something that they can work with. 2 players towards Lamp, 1 player towards Showers, and Hellranger is going to have a lot of work to do here. Lightning fast, going in, still has all his utility intact. He's just gonna peek raw and he's gonna get punished. Zoid is gonna manage to find the headshot, and the Hellranger is left in a 2v2. SK Rossi also gonna end up going down, now left in a 2v1. Gonna try to close out rotation. He manages to force the Phoenix, and once again tagging the bomb, hoping that he's gonna show from the other side, but no. Hellranger, his guess was incorrect. Flex manages to pick him up, and finally, Team Tamilas get the first round for themselves on the board, Vivek.
Yeah, this was an important round for them, for their confidence above everything, because they got off to a horrendous start. They were, starting to look as if this entire half might have just slipped away from their hands. But that round was really, really important for their confidence. I've got to give special kudos to their Cypher. Now, their Cypher, I mean, he kind of outplayed Skills in the sense that he was just patient. He waited for Skills to push, and he got that kill. And that kill was crucial in just bringing down the numbers. And now, bit by bit, it seems as if Team Tamilas are showing signs of life. This is the defensive Owl Drone that's actually pushed through the teleporter, and Hellranger is going to actually take advantage of Kappa's Owl Drone and go sit in that teleporter area.
Oh, wow. That is some big plays, man. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's great stuff coming out from Kappa as well as Hellranger. SK Rossi aggressive to a charge, needs that kill, misses that shot, still has the dash. Is he going to be able to get away, or is he going to get punished? The Cypher Cage is there. There's no point really holding on to this angle any longer. Yeah, he's going to get pushed off bit by bit, but problems elsewhere. As Stag, with just a shock dart, is going to get rid of Lightning fast. So the Phoenix is being a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too ahead of himself, and now they're storming the spike side. Rafa leading the charge. He's got his ultimate if he needs it, but the spike side seems to be clear. The spike can be planted, and this is another awkward retake for the side of Global Esports.
Great stuff by Team Tamilas, putting pressure on SK Rossi. They're confusing the side of Global Esports. Hellranger was sitting in hookah the entire time, so he didn't know anything about this push coming in from B main, and just like that, they're able to get the entire B side without contest, and it's a 5v4. Phoenix peeks in, makes it a 5v3, makes it a 5v2 as Hellranger manages to finally get a trade for himself as he peeks out from that teleporter area, but how much can he do? Stuck in a 2v4 with He's picked up the Vandal, but he's going to get quickly taken out by Rafa, and Hellranger, call to save has been given, and he's just going to make sure that he can make it out alive into the next round with his gun in his arm.
Yeah. The question is, will he be allowed? Flex is just a little too bloodthirsty, and I think that is the kind of aggression we want from Team Tamilas. You gotta bring it now, because on defense I'm pretty confident that Global Esports are going to be really a very punishing team to play against when they switch over to offense. So Team Tamilas, they want as many rounds as possible, and what they're hoping for, Floki, is that they get these last 2 rounds, and more importantly, they win the pistol once they switch over to defense.
Yeah, now if the side of Team Tamilas win this round, the next one's going to be insanely easier because Global Esports did went in for a crucial buy over here. So it all comes down to this round. Team Tamilas, if they can win this, they're going to go with the best possible scenario you can paint out for yourself in this situation. And they're going to have to win the pistols on the defense side if they want to make it any further. But for now, SK Rossi still holding on to the AWP, finds the first pick off, and just like that, it's down to a 5v4. Global Esports gonna have a lot more breathing room now to do whatever the hell they want on the map.
Yeah.
And what? SK Rossi, he's still holding on to this angle. Look at this guy. He's persistent. He's not so keen to give up on this position. He sees that there's no utility being thrown out. He's relaying that information over to the side of GE, and they should suspect that there's a push coming in on towards this B side. And now with the short darts and the flame wall and whatnot, it's going to be extremely obvious. All the members of GE have made it over here. But look at this Hellraiser, blind as a bat. He's going to get his head blown off by Freud as he has to find another one. Autumn lightning past his skills will finally find the second kill and be able to point out the locations thanks to the neural theft. The question is, can they retake? Stuck in a 3v2. Flex makes it a 2v2, but he's faking the right one. He was thinking. But just like that, SK Rossi misses a shot and Flex manages to find another pick onto the Jet, down to a 2v1. The Sova stuck all by himself. Very doable, still has full HP and full armor, but the question is, will he find the fight with the Sova that he is looking for? He knows that he's peaking, he has enough time for himself, and the defense, well, it's gonna crumble as Flex manages to wrap all the way around and find the kill.
Yeah,
Last round in the half.
he had to commit out of defender spawn, if that's what you want to call it, and Flex was just wrapping around elbow. Kappa had, in the amount of time that rotation came in from Flex, Kappa had no time to really decide which fight he had to take first. He wanted to deal with the Sova that was tag over at barrels on the spike side, but yeah, tag just revealed him, bought time, was patient, waited for Flex to come in. That is good trading. I mean, that is using the friends that you have on the server to the best of your ability. And now Tag finds a little bit of confidence, and he's going to try and just clear out Hookah and see how much presence is there towards Hookah. And if he's not clearing out Hookah, Rafa does manage to find an opening all by himself. So Hellranger is just getting a little bit reckless, pushing out B long, gets punished. And now Rafa's got a friend by his side. He's got the race to work with, and bit by bit Flex is causing all sorts of problems for Global Esports as he's found 2 easy openings towards B long. Rafa is just gonna flash and clear out the side. The spike should be planted. It's a retake that needs to come in from Kappa as well as SK Rossi, and SK Rossi does his bait with the judge, gets a kill, but the rocket launcher will just best him for now. And Kappa, the last round of this half, he has no option but to try. His presence, his position on the map has been signaled loud and clear, but Kappa has no fear as he gets a kill on attack. He's now brought it down into a 1v2. He has one recon bolt to work with, gets no information towards the back of side as that recon bolt gets instantly destroyed. He knows that the bullet came from B long. He wants to isolate that duel, but Rafa will just not allow him as Rafa peeks out, swings from defender spawn, he brings down Kappa and secures that round for Team Tamilas.
Yeah,
I think this is where we see a switch floating.
Yeah, this is about as good as they could have asked for on the side of Team Tamilas once again.
Yep.
I'm sorry for my crass laughter there, but that was hilarious. The Phoenix just letting Kappa pass all the way and trying to get the knife off and failing. Oh man, that's some classic Counter-Strike jutsu, if nothing else.
Here.
Yeah, we've seen that story multiple times.
Let's go there.
From Team Tamilas, they needed those 4 rounds or 5 rounds. They were down 7 rounds at the end of the first half. They lost the 8th round, but they did manage to win the remaining 4 rounds. So they've bought. I think this is a respectable enough score for offense. Bind is statistically defensive favored, by the way. Fun fact, Floki. How good is their defense, though, is what we need to understand, Floki.
The defense seems good, right? They do have the right agents for it. You know, you have the Omen, you have the Phoenix, you have your information gatherers, and you have your duelists. So it is going to be, it's not that difficult. And especially with Omen functioning as this hybrid sort of duelist slash controller, he can make up for the fact that there is a little bit of lacking in that defensive firepower just by just being this extra aggressive head.
Yeah.
You look on the side of Global Esports, they have a Brimstone, and this guy is not the most greatest at taking firefights by any stretch of the imagination. Although, you'd say step back's pretty decent, but for now, Tag is going to find the first kill quickly figured out by Hellranger. It's going to be an attack on... is going to come in and make sure that they have some semblance of control. Flex still hiding over here, biding his time. Is he going to find the kill? Yes, he is. Blunders on both sides, but
player
Esports is able to clean it up as he gets quickly taken out by Stoner once again, and now stuck in a
30
2v1.
seconds left.
Great situation for Team Tamilas. And Kappa
I
left
have the
all by
spike.
his lonesome on this bomb site, struggling to understand where the attack is going to come from. Is he going to go for a plant here? Nope, he's going to get tagged from behind, and it's going to be a small hit and run. 12 seconds remaining. The plant will go
Spike
down.
planted.
So they will have a decent amount of money going into the next round, but can Kappa do the impossible?
I mean, this is Ring Around the Rosie at its finest. I mean, Kappa's planted and he swooped around elbow. He should find the kill, but they both line up. Stoner and Side, not
Don't worry,
like
you're
that.
with me.
Oh my god! Oh no! That just hurts to watch.
Right here.
It does. I think
God.
they're going to be so disappointed about that. I mean, so
Yeah.
I'm just going to break down that round, okay? Kappa managed to find a little bit of information. Before he found that information, you could see that he switched the DPI setting on his mouse from 300 to 999 so that he could flick if he had to. You could see him swing left and right, not quite sure where anyone was, but the moment he got shot from the Cypher to his elbow, he knew what he had to do. Zoid is going to peek aggressively with the frenzy, but SK Rossi, just cool, calm and composed with the ghost, wins that duel. He's again building that economy for the operator. I'm very curious to see SK Rossi on offense with the operator. Skills with the Spectre will manage to hold on to the push. He brings down Rafa, but Tag with the classic at close range does a fair amount of work, and unfortunately, it's not enough to bring down Scales though. Scales will take care of that aggression. It's now just the Cypher and the Rays on the Tamilas defense. It's Stoner who's looking
enemy
for a better
remaining.
gun, a better day, but nope, he's not going to find it. Kappa just waiting. Look at this. This is what I mentioned, Floki, before we got into this half. Tamilas had to win the pistol, and Hellranger, as a CSGO player, is so fundamentally defensive. He knows how to play defense. All that Global Esports are doing is playing defense and just punishing the aggression. It's only SK Rossi who goes for the fight. It's only SK Rossi who gets a little bit ridiculous here and there. But everybody else is so disciplined. And just speaking
Spike
of SK
planted.
Rossi, on your minimap, he's right now sitting at defender spawn. What the hell? He's looped in all the way to A. But yeah.
Yeah, I think he's looking to find the pickup all by himself. Kappa's also behind him. You know, this might actually be doable if Kappa goes all the way, but no, he's I think he's gonna turn around, and yeah, the Jet's back as well. So Flex, I think he's just looking for some closing pickups. He's gonna get tagged by the Cypher Dart, and that's all she wrote for Team Tamilas this round.
I think that was hilarious. So Flex just came towards B Long, saw the camera saw him, they looked at each other, they stared. He surrendered to the power of cinema, he surrendered to the magic of the webcam, and he said, kill me. And Hellranger said, okay. Came out with the Vandal and shot him down.
This is a nice spot.
I mean, there's not much you could have do, Flex. I think that round was... It has to be demoralizing for Team Tamilas, right? You managed to get into this amazing 2v1 situation. You both line up and end up throwing away essentially what was a one round. It's gotta hurt, but the buy is gonna finally come in here from the side of Team Tamilas. Lighting fast, though, opening things up with the SMG. Does find the first pick off right off the bat.
Yeah.
Stoner.
Stoner's done a great job to Shaz. So he's anchored down Shaz. This is the first proper buy shots coming out from the defense. You can see how much work they're putting in. I believe Zoid just went a bit too forward to a day shot, got picked off, but the rest of his team is pushed for so much information, and Stoner is just shutting them down as they keep walking into his crosshairs. He's dealt with everyone at Shaz. Unfortunately, there's still one man on the server that can be a problem, but that man, SK Rossi, has been done for, and lightning fast, not fast enough. 10-5. Team Tamilas are showing signs of life, are showing us that it is possible for them to mount a comeback when they do have the economy to support it.
Yeah, this is going to be a Herculean task to even up the scoreboard once again and manage to pull the tides back in the favor of Team Tamilas. I think Global Esports, they have a bye this round if they really want to. I think they can force if they want, and yeah, they do. So it's not the end of the world for them losing that last round, but Team Tamilas, if they want to establish a lead, this is the round that's going to decide it. They're going to have to make sure that they're able to get the bomb plant down, if nothing else, on Global Esports if they want to have a fighting chance and make sure Team Tamilas don't pick up the momentum that they so desperately need to close out this game.
Yeah, I just have to call out Team Tamilas on the defense and like break down what they're doing. So immediately they just recon dart at B long, they get information, and immediately the Omen swung. So Rafa's swung over to A. Now most of Global are just holding down A. They're just being patient. I think SK Rossi is the one man that's a little bit concerned with the flank, but the flank has been taken care of. There are tripwires, and it seems as if Global Esports want to just try and split open the A side bit by bit. Stoner is going to be playing the back of side, has the Vandal to work with. Now he's moved over to the pocket, and he's just trying his luck through the Cypher cages. There's a recon force which comes in, gives a lot of information, but lost a lot as well as Rafa will just push and shoot down Kappa and Rossi. The orbital strike mid-in was heavily, so will only find Stoner with all of that. And Flex is there to clean up if need be. Flex with the Phantom will clean up as Team Tamilas are showing us, Floki, that they can hold on to a side as well as Global Esports.
Yeah, I have to say this was quite insane. I wasn't expecting it, especially after the amazing start that Global Esports had. They managed to get 4 players towards the A side, but slowing things down, they actually almost got themselves a 5v3, but great defense as Cypher, great use of the Cypher cages too, making sure that the push doesn't come through as quickly and allows time for all the defenders to make it back all the way towards the side. Unfortunately, that's all the Cypher could do, but even then, you see the amount of impact that guy had on the round, stalling that push for that long, allowing Flex to come in and clean up. Like, it's okay if you die in this game, if you manage to use all your abilities before you do.
Yep.
It's
I think that's a fair estimation of that round. I mean, like, as long as you use your abilities. And Rafa, for now, he doesn't need to use abilities, as Vandal is doing all the talking as he spots out Lightning Fast just strolling down hookah. That can be a very tricky angle for the defense and the offense. The advantage is the defense can sit there scoped in with their ADS waiting. Lightning Fast doesn't always get that luxury. And now SK Ross is looking for trickier angles. He's got the knives out. He's hoping that somebody walks into lamps, but no one is. They're not giving him any wiggle room. And Global Esports are not finding any openings in what is the Team Tamilas defense. Zoid will also bring down Kappa. The spike is being planted. He's planning. The spike might get planted, but really at what cost? He scales all by himself. And how much can Skills do? Well, he's good for one with the Sheriff. There's still 4 more opponents that he has to get through. Stoner is just spraying wildly through that sky smoke. And bit by bit, the defense, Team Tamilas, they're going to clear out Scales. Skills cannot hide forever. This spike cannot be allowed to detonate as Team Tamilas are mounting the comeback of their lives.
Yeah, and I have to say the momentum finally swinging back in the favor of Team Tamilas. This is so important for them. After being struck down hard by Global Esports on the defense side, managing to pick up these rounds, not only does this mean that they have an economical advantage, but they also have that confidence back again. They're gonna have the confidence to try new things. If in the case that this round doesn't work out, right? They have the economy built up. They know that they have a bye even if they lose this round. So there's a lot of confidence coming in as well for Team Tamilas. They're gonna be experimenting. They're gonna be open-minded about things. And Global Esports, this is where they have to really reach out in their strat book and find everything that they can to make sure that this Team Tamilas defense starts to crumble. And they have a lot of ultimates to work with as well. They have the Omenal, they have the Result, the extra body on the Phoenix too. But Team Tamilas, I mean, I meant Global Esports. They have a lot of ultimates to work with, but Team Tamilas also have all of them up and running, so it's...
Cage 3.
The raw aim of the duelist to carry you through on offenses. SK Rossi is clearly not finding any sort of an opening. Now a 4v5. One duelist down. I'm not quite sure if Global Esports have enough to pull out a win here, Floki.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, this 4v5 doesn't favor Global Esports at all. The Cypher caught just like that with his pants down looking at his camera. This might be bad news for the side of Team Tamilas as they have managed to pull back a little bit, slow down the aggression, but they have given over substantial amount of control.
Hold up, Floki. Hold up. The spikes at B. They've got control of B. They're planting in B. Just one man.
30 seconds
Trying
left.
to hold on to
Wow.
A from the global esports offense. It's just lightning fast all by
Spike
himself. If he
planted.
finds a kill, it could be huge. He's bought down Rafa. He's done his team a solid favor. Now the defense is scrambling as they try and head over to B. And what's at B? Skills with the Vandal. Fortunately, Skills manages to get out alive. He's got the neural theft, but no bodies nearby. And Kappa's there at hookah, tossing in shock darts. He's got one recon bolt, which he's going to hold on to and time.
Joke's
as
over.
this retake starts to come in from the defense. Lightning Fast has also managed to connect back with the rest of his team. So the defense is the defense is there. They're strolling out. The offense has managed to get in position for this post plant. Problem though is that Lightning Fast just pushes his luck, but he's buying time, Floki. He gets picked off. He's managing to buy time for the spike to detonate, and that time is what is going to win Global Esports the round. They scramble, they split up, they get confused, and Team Tamilas get undone as Global Esports are getting closer and closer to map point, Floki.
Yeah, and Global Esports getting creative in that last round, and now it's gonna really start putting the pressure on Team Tamilas. As
Right here.
we saw how Lightning Fast single-handedly managed to fake all the way towards A, drawing their attention and allowing for that simple open plant at B. And even though Team Tamilas, even though they recognized what was going on and started sending in players too early, Lightning Fast has got them the man advantage. So how the hell are they supposed to retake? In short, this Phoenix just got a lot more than what he could have asked for. He bit off more than he could chew, and he chewed it down, really.
Yep. SK Rossi is like the first duelist to die. Lightning Fast is at second layer of offense. It's got to do his bit. I think Lightning Fast played his role to perfection. He got into lamps. He kind of forced Team Tamilas into getting super defensive on A. And Team Tamilas actually just gave up B. Now, this time around, Team Tamilas, they're actually trying to just push out B long, and it's not going to be an easy push. As Skills was sitting there waiting with the Vandal, gets 2 easy kills. There's just 3 members alive on the defense, and I'm not quite sure how this retake is going to work out for the side of Team Tamilas. They're all scrambling through defender spawn. This is the worst possible retake for the defense, as there are many members just waiting. There's Lightning Fast as well as the Jet. SK Rossi is waiting patiently. SK Rossi's got a judge, so he's playing up close. This is where Jets like to be. And he doesn't have the dash though, so he's not going to be able to summon some ninjutsu and get away if he misses his shot. But I don't think SK Rossi is a man that likes to miss too much. And yeah, I think mentally Team Tamilas, they've just conceded this round because they've fallen further back. Time is ticking, Floki, and Global Esports are nearly at match point.
But as much as they're not pushing, I have to agree with the Team Tamilas. Look at what the weapons they have. They have an AWP, they have 2 rifles up and running, but Hellranger quickly decides that nope, you guys are not going to be able to save these for the next round. And using his big brain, using his wealth of experience that he has, he knew exactly what Team Tamilas were trying to do and shuts it down. And I have to say, I agree with Team Tamilas' decision there. 3 people are there, all the way in defender spawn. You're all gonna come up, like either out from elbow, and you're gonna be exposed from all these different angles. There's no way you make that retake happen in a 3v5 situation. I think the only thing you could have done differently was maybe played a bit more defensive, have this defensive setup going, not allow Hellranger to come in and just take away these weapons that you have. And Team Tamilas...
You caught what happened in that round, right? I believe Tag as well as Rafa wanted to push out B long, and Skills was waiting. So they gave up the B side. B had fallen by then. And now Stoner's fallen as he tries to push out Charles. SK Rossi just waiting with the operator. This is it. This is do or die. If there is a comeback that's meant to happen for Team Tamilas, it is now. Zoid gets no information towards A shot because there's no information to be had, as Global Esports are just being so patient. They're gathering, they're holding on to A. If you look at Skills' setup, he's got the camera towards B long, so he's marking and waiting for a B long push. He's got tripwires for the backstab, for the post plant. For now, Global Esports just need to get onto the site and plant the spike. That's what they're going to try and do. Skills will toss in a kill as well. So Zoid dead at lamps. Now the numbers are looking even worse for the side of Team Tamilas, as they have 3 members alive. Flex has got an operator. That's the weapon you want on the retake. SK Rossi's got an operator, a weapon that works wonders for him as Rafa gets pushed out courtesy that orbital strike. He's been forced to walk in SK Rossi's sightlines, and SK Rossi says, oh, thank you very much. Easy picking. Flex, he's gonna flex a bit, gets the kill, but SK Rossi again, that man so quick. There with the trade. Finally overextends a little bit and dies to tag Phantom. But Scales
Attackers
is there,
win.
safe, reliable, and always there to clutch things out for you. He is going to ensure that Global Esports will take map number 1 here in this best of 3 Floki.
Yeah, even though the map went towards the way of global esports, I have to commend Team Tamilas for their effort. Like the way they managed to regain the composure, pull those 4 rounds back on the attacking side, and then slowly but surely mount a comeback. You know, eventually, yeah, you're gonna have to account for the fact that Hellranger is a much more experienced captain, and he has a lot more strats in his book to go to when things aren't exactly going in their favor. Yes, it doesn't exactly work out, but there should be a lot of confidence for Team Tamilas going into game number 2 and map number 2 on Ascent. And
Yep.
more than that, I also want to commend Flex's performance on the race, right? Like he, even in the rounds where Team Tamilas were not really able to give it their best, Flex single-handedly managed to find a lot of crucial pickoffs that, if nothing else, helped supplement his own game, really. And what better kind of a person to have on a duelist?
Yeah, I mean, Flex has really stood up for his team. He's run the operator, he's run the Phantom, he's done whatever it takes. He's there in terms of frags. You can see if you look at the scoreboard, I believe he had skills topping the fragging chart, which we looked at a little bit earlier. The scoreboard skills was up there because skills is just playing the role of the cipher to perfection. He's getting information, he's marking pushes, he's punishing aggression. And Global Esports, I think what you want to look at what went wrong for Team Tamilas was this first half. That first half was plagued with difficulties for them. They didn't find as many rounds as they'd like, and then in defense, if you don't have the luxury of 5 or 6 rounds, once your economy is broken, the one time Hellranger makes you shift from A to B, from B to A in panic, that one
Yeah.
round can cost you everything. And that, I mean, there are a lot of such rounds that are worth looking at in this map, in this game in general. I think we've got Ascent coming up soon enough. I think we should be jumping into Ascent. I think Ascent is going to be pure madness, Floki. I think Ascent is the definition of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Ascent is absolute chaos, and we've talked about this, many a times. Like Ascent is just this insane map that is so huge and so wide open in the middle area. It can be extremely hard to get control of mid, but it's also extremely rewarding. It's the perfect definition of high risk and high reward. Like you manage to get control of that plaza area, and all of a sudden you can threaten B, you can threaten heaven towards A. There's so many things that you can do with that
Yeah.
mid control, and more often than not, we've seen team commit tons of resources just to get that mid control up and going for themselves before they decide on which side to collapse on. And that's where we're going to be seeing some of those more big brain plays coming out by Hellranger. Maybe in one of those rounds where Team Tamilas decides that, hey, we're just going to commit 5 agents to get the plaza control, he's going to give it up. And maybe then you start wrapping all the way around from behind to make it towards the side that Team Tamilas decide to hit. But we can see the map screen over here. The first map taken up by Global Esports, and the second map going to be Ascent. Team Tamilas, the good thing for them on this map is that their players are individually skilled. Like Zoid and Flex, if you put them up to the task, they can carry the team if need be on their backs. And Ascent is the perfect map to do that.
Absolutely. Ascent is what we're going to be waiting for. We're going to be taking a very, very small breather. I promise you, this is going to be so quick you won't even know, but we're going to be jumping into Ascent right after this.
Yeah, what's up? back to the One Play Valorant Esports Invitational. I hope you took the time to get yourself something to eat, something to drink, maybe grab lunch, because Game 2 is going to be underway really, really quickly. In case you missed it, the first game was taken up by Global Esports against Team Tamilas. Was a sort of a close match. They found their first map on Bind. The second map is going to be Ascent, and it's going to be Team Tamilas' time to maybe shine and just try to make a comeback in this series against Global Esports after yesterday's loss. I think we all know that they're really, really hungry to prove themselves in this sort of new world that we find ourselves in with Global Esports Reckoning, all these new teams coming in. They want to make a name for themselves. But I have to say, great game by Team Tamilas last time. Even though they lost, the way they managed to pull back those rounds on the attacker side towards the end of the half, it was really good to see.
Yeah, I think map number 1 was a lot of fun, and Team Tamilas are showing us that they have a lot of promise. If the game can split into randomness and not structured decision making, that's when they can really, really shine. I think they're the kind of team which probably needs, I'm really curious to see what they pick up on Ascent. I've looked at some of their picks from yesterday. They did favor Breach, but they're not picking up Breach anymore. The meta in India right now is very fluid, so Team Tamilas are being equally fluid, but they just feel like a team which is meant to have many, many duelists. Many, many duelists, in the words of many, many people.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of those teams where you just give all of them like these these agents that can make tons of plays. You give them your Omens, your Jets, your Phoenixes, and you just watch them pop off entirely.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to happen on a map like Ascent. Team Tamilas, this is a team that I'm not going to say relies on individual skill, but definitely thrives in situations where their star players are required to shine because they have the capacity in them to carry the team if they manage to get themselves a good head start. So Global Esports, I'm curious to see how they're going to respond if they find themselves stuck in that situation where the first few rounds go to the way of Team Tamilas and all of a sudden you just have these star players completely rolling over. That's when Hellranger is going to have to be like, okay, guys, let's relax. Let's take a look at what they're doing and let's try to counter it. Let's not let them just run away with whatever the hell they want to do here.
Yeah.
And,
I think, but one thing I've got to point out about Ascent, I think I've said this before. Bind is where you have time to really figure out what your opponents are doing. Ascent is, how do I put it? There's a concept in psychology that's called id. The definition of the id of Valorant is Ascent. It is just pure you, like whatever you are. Like Ascent is that map. There is no time to figure stuff out. You have got to be so fast. It's not funny. And I think we've got the map veto on your screens, just in case you want a little bit of perspective as to what we've been going through. We had Bind take place. Global Esports did manage to win Bind. We have Ascent coming up next. Ascent is what's coming up next, which is what we're going to be jumping into. And then if Team Tamilas do manage to mount a comeback, if they do somehow manage to mount a comeback, we will be jumping in a haven where every Sova gets this opportunity to flex and show us their lineups.
Yeah, Haven is such an interesting map too, right? Like just having 3 bomb sites. I think it's one of the few maps that actually favor the attackers a lot more in a sense.
Yeah.
It's like if you don't have your Sage, if you don't have your Cyphers, or if you're not running heavy on controllers, Haven can be a very difficult map to play properly. And that's where your strat book starts mattering a lot more than individual skill. I love this contrast between these two maps, really, essentially. Ascent is more vile. It's like the raucous young child of the family, and Haven is like this older, calm, composed kid who's got himself an MBA degree, is about to get himself a good job, and he knows what he's going to be doing in life. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. But for now, we're going to be making our way towards Ascent, and we're going to be quickly heading towards the map preview. We're going to be seeing what the map's like, the teams in there, and what exactly they have to work with, of course. And I have to say, I am excited, man. Before we jump into any more strat talks, I want to get your opinion on this. Do you think it's worth getting an AWP on defense as on the side of Ascent? Really?
I think it is. I think it
Revealing
is.
area.
It's worth getting an
There
op.
they
I
are.
think for now, though, we just have to quickly try and orient ourselves with both the team vetoes. So if you look at Team Tamilas, they've got the Cypher, they've got the Sova, they're prioritizing information. This time they pick up a Jet along with the Phoenix. The last time around, they had Reyes to work with. And there's the Omen, as always, for their smokes. Not seeing much of a variation between both these teams. They've essentially mirrored each other's drafts. This is like how I used to play chess when I was in sixth standard. Like if he moves pawn 2 steps ahead, I move pawn 2 steps ahead. But there's a lot more thought than how I played chess, to be honest. So we'll see how it works out. The advantage for Team Tamilas is that they're on defense, Floki. That's the good news.
Yeah, and once again, we can see the chaos of Ascent already raining out. Now Phoenix is going to start pushing towards mid, getting that information for his team. He knows something's happening up towards that catwalk area, but there are 4 members of Global Esports all posturing towards this B side. Phoenix peeks out, managed to get a lot of good hits onto the Omen.
30
on the enemy
seconds
team,
left.
and he's going to be relaying that information over. Guys, it's most likely going to be a B hit. It's most likely going to be a B hit, but look at the side of Team Tamilas. They actually haven't rotated just yet. The Cypher still playing on towards A. Flex manages to find a kill onto Lightning Fast, but they're swarming the site, and just like that, the Sova is going to end up going down. And with 10 seconds remaining on the
seconds
clock,
left.
with a really nail-biting
Spike
execute, Global
planted.
Esports have found control, but they're all sitting low on HP, Vivek.
Yeah, this is still a very winnable situation for Zoid and the others. And Zoid is starting to make it look easier. He finds that first kill. He needs to find 2 more kills. Global Esports, the one thing they have working in their favor is time, as the time is ticking on that spike. But Flex
One
is going to
player
find
remaining.
one, and Zoid, he's cleaned up on Hellranger, just got all by himself at the back of side. 20% of health to work with. He's found 1 sweet headshot to a stoner. He needs 2 more, but no Zoid will undo him. I'm not quite sure if Zoid has enough time, though. He's stuck the defuse. He's holding on, he's praying, and he doesn't need to pray any longer. The spike gets defused. Zoid has managed to pull through. Whew.
Yeah,
The one thing, Floki, I have some stats from the last time these 2 teams faced off. The adjustment that Stoner, Flex, and the others from Team Tamilas have made is, I think the last time around they gave Flex the breach in the previous tournament. This time around they give up the idea of the breach altogether. They're just going to pick up the Phoenix, and they're just given up their experiments with breach. Breach hasn't worked for them, and they're actually exactly mirroring what Global Esports picked up the last time.
Revealing area.
So Global Esports is going with what works for them. And I think these guys are like, hey, if they have the same utility, we have the same utility, the same abilities, the game is just a lot easier to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see that they have this default up and running where they're always sending the Sova in towards B, getting that early information, finding out if there's a rush coming through on the site. And this is where, Global Esports, they can slowly start analyzing the play and be like, okay, Sova's always playing B, he's always rushing with his utility. Maybe we can use that to our advantage. Maybe we can fake some noise towards A and then just push out 4 through B main, if nothing else. At least on the eco round, that's one of those strats people prefer to do, like just swarm a site with all your bodies. And that's exactly what's happening, in fact. They have managed to find all the control in the whole towards this B side, and it has been completely given up from Team Tamilas, and they're in an awkward position. But they do have the guns up and running, so it's not going to be that difficult of a retake. Zoid, I think, no, it's not Zoid, it's actually Rafa leading the charge. He's going to find the first kill onto SK Heroes. He got quickly figured out by Lightning Fast, and now Skills still stuck on the side, has a stinger to work with, but the question is it going to be enough? The bomb has been planted, so Team Tamilas, they're under a lot of pressure to get control of this site, and they are slowly inching their way forward, but the clock is going tick, tick, tick. Lightning Fast managed to find another pick, making it a lot harder for the side of Team Tamilas to actually hold on to this defense. The Jet is extremely low, and just like that, the attackers, Global Esports, pick up this round. And this is exactly what we talked about. I mean,
phenomenal stuff coming out from Global Esports. It's not even the best of buys, right? They had very limited abilities to work with, very limited in terms of weaponry. It was a very scattered buy coming out from them, despite them not having, despite them not winning the distance. But they did enough. Hellranger is playing this game of selling misinformation to Team Tamilas, and Team Tamilas are lapping it up and swinging like they're like dogs. Like you should. A dog, one thing in the distance, the dog just goes start running towards it, and these guys are just being stretched across the map. And now, Global Esports actually just things up. They're just going to make contact towards B. Lightning Pop managed to find an entry. SK Rossi there. Will trade out Flex. Flex dead. Now 3 members on the defense trying to make this eventual retake work. Actually, so was trying to scramble towards Garden. I'm trying to figure out where the rest of the defense is. There isn't much of a defense. Rafa's been picked off on the Phoenix. He tried to get a little aggressive towards A long, if I'm not mistaken, and he got picked off. And now it's just Tag all by himself. A classic pistol to work with, a neat little skin to look at, but no friends, and not a chance in hell that he actually manages to stick a defuse here.
Yeah, in the jungle, Rafa's going to be going to sleep alone tonight as he's surrounded by the whole Lions on the side of Global Esports. They take him out real quickly, can't even find a weapon to maybe take him to the next round, and just like that, Global Esports showing why they're called one of the best teams in India, really. I mean, I think they won the previous tournament they played, if I'm not correct. Yeah, they won yesterday's tournament, and it's not all for naught. These guys know what they're doing. They have deep strat books, and if you run at them without a plan, they will punish you.
Yeah, I mean, Global Esports just playing phenomenal Valorant so far. They've got themselves a couple of rounds so far on offense, and I think if you can string together rounds on offense, defense is just a whole lot simpler. I mean, Hellranger right now just has a superior understanding of ability usage in this game, and I think I'm really curious. I don't know, maybe chat can tell me who calls the shots for Tamilas. I don't even know if there's one person that calls or if all of them get together and make calls. I know Zoid and Flex are meant to, you know.
The captain is wondering.
You're dead.
Yeah, if there is like one designated caller. For now, though, just look at this. The defense has actually managed to put together a backstab. Rafa has actually pushed out a shot. He knows that the players grouped up towards mid. He's looking for the Cypher, wins that duel. So that's Rafa finding some sort of an opening. He's been blinded himself. He's hugging that corner. It doesn't work very well. Bullets do penetrate at certain angles, but Lightning Fast with the Spectre had to swing wide. Rafa trying to be as quick as possible. Wanted to use the hot hands, get himself healed up, but no such luck for him. So he gets a kill. He gets traded. Now, the defense have other issues. The spike's been planted. The spike has been planted at A, and now let's see how the defense manages to pull together a retake. SK Rossi playing under heaven. This is one of the better angles to hold in the retake if you're confident and if you're sharp with your aim. There's one man towards long, and that's our Kappa who's just trying to hold on. Hellranger and Lightning Fast will manage to anchor down most of the aggression coming out from shot, while Kappa and Rossi team up and shut down the retake coming out from the heavens. This is...
That was insane.
I don't know if this is looking a bit too easy for Global Esports, Floki.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to point out, I believe Kappa got a kill on towards the guy that was in heaven through a smoke. Yep. He didn't see him. That was pure intuition, by the way. Great stuff coming out here from Global Esports, as they're really just putting all their heads together and making Team Tamilas really just flabbergasted and confused. After that initial pick that Rafa found, life's not gonna be a lot easier for the side of Team Tamilas, even if they continue to manage to find these pickups. That's essentially what Global Esports is saying. So now though, mid push is going to come in from SK Rossi. They're committing a lot of agents over here. They want to try and get this mid control up and running, but Tag, with the recon bolt, is going to be able to know exactly how many people are there in that mid area, and the Phoenix flashing, throwing him off guard a little bit, but Skills managed to find another pick up, and just like that, it's going to be Tag all by his lonesome on towards that plaza area, and well, he's going to be taken out too. Flawless here.
Great stuff coming out from Hellranger. So now you can start pointing at the elements of his default. I mean, it's a couple of folks coming out from high mid, catwalk, whatever you want to call it. A lot of presence from mid link, and the basic objective is to smoke off a shot and just get a little bit of mid control. So they're just looking for any easy opportunities towards mid, and they're always on guard, Floki. They're ready they're ready to deal with any aggression coming up from mid and market, but they're also ready for any aggression coming up from A shot or catwalk. And that kind of awareness is what won them that previous round. Of course, now you've got to remember the Team Tamilas didn't have the best of economy to work with, and Team Tamilas have actually made a slight adjustment. They've put Stoner towards market, and they've shifted the Sova around. And they're also going to find an opening with the operator. Flex really starting to carry as hard as he can. And with that reveal, they're looking for another kill. Unfortunately, they're not going to find it. Not quite sure if that was a tripwire or a recon bolt, but they get a little bit of information. One kill is all they'll have to sell for. Global Esports this time looking a little confused as there's just a minute on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and once again, they have found the mid control for themselves, but the question is how much are they going to be able to do with it, because these doors on Ascend, they can sort of make it difficult and obvious for the CTs as to what you're going to do, what the game plan is. They also have a man advantage to work with, so a lot of it is going to come down to if Lightning Fast can find that initial frag, and he peeks out, finds the kill onto Flex, who had an off running. This is the opening at the side of Global Esports needed, exploding towards the backside, finds the second kill as well.
30 seconds
as he
left.
Single-handedly manages to break down this Team Tamilas defense, and now the B side's up for the taking. In fact, I think they might just fake towards A if need be, but nah. Omen, he's gonna make his way towards the B side. He's gonna get thrown out on towards CT. I'm not exactly sure what that's called. 14 seconds remaining on the clock. Rafa has an extra body. This
10 seconds
might
left.
just end up working out in their favor. If we can deny the plant, he could win the round for themselves, but no. Lightning Fast goes and shuts him down,
Spike
buys
planted.
enough time as he has single-handedly carried Global Esports through this round, down to a 4v2 with 3 ultimates on Global Esports' favor. I think we know how the story ends, Vivek.
Yep, Lightning Fast, being way true to his name. I mean, he just said enough is enough. I'm just going to push out mate. Of course, he had a lot of information and he had the confidence to back it up. And he's also proving that some players are really worth 360 hertz monitors. So Global Esports, if you're listening, get him one.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't even know they had 360 hertz monitors out there already. I thought the latest one was 240, but if there is a 360 hertz monitor, get this man one, because oh boy, the ROI you're gonna get from this guy on your team, it's gonna be insane. I guarantee you that much. And the attackers are gonna win with no contest. They're not even gonna allow him to save the op or the rifle. And yeah, this is Global Esports just giving us a masterclass on how to run defaults and executes against teams that don't really have a strategy up and running.
Yep.
And it seems that Team Tamilas, they don't have a strat running. They just relying on Flex, Void, and Rapid to carry them through this game, and it's not really working out.
Yep, I'm just going to toss in another fun fact because we have a little bit of freeze time. I don't know what's going to be able to carry Team Tamilas through this half, but fun fact about Lightning Fast, he used to play on Sun Asia back in the day. That's in technically Asian org. He was in the Indian team, but yeah, there was a young team with a lot of promise that was put together. I remember him being on that team and starting his Counter-Strike journey there. Now he's showing us that Valorant is a game where he can dance with the best, and now he wants to push mid. Flex will peek, but he's got the flash. Flex misses the shot. Flex dead. His buddy flash, but Rafa just sprays a close range with the stinger, gets the kill. Numbers have been restored. It is a 4v4, but Global Esports can still try and get the spike down somewhere. Hellranger also there towards mid, this time playing the open, not the brim.
One
Will
player
manage to
standing.
shut down all the predictable, the very, very predictable aggression coming out from Team Tamilas as Tag and the others just get picked off bit by bit. Hellranger, you know, a lot of people wondered and said, is this guy just an IGL? Can he also frag? I think if anybody had any doubts about this from his Counter-Strike days, just enough. I think I think he proved himself like as a fragger a long time ago when he was just a lurk on one of the popular CSGO teams back then, when he had to give up the role of being an IGL when he purely played as a lurk. Hellranger can frag, Hellranger can op, and Hellranger can play Omen as well. Rafa though can find openings, but are they enough, Loki?
Yeah, I mean, down to a 4v4, this obviously favors the attackers because now the defense is going to be spread out even thinner. And with Lightning Fast's ulti, things are not looking exactly good as this man is going to go wild to get that B control up and running. Gets revealed, doesn't care, peeks towards the backside, finds the Sova up and running. And now the opening that Global Esports needed has been created, making it a 4v3. But Omen Zoid actually, with the patience, manages to find the pick off onto Phoenix. So this might just end up working out in the favor of Team Tamilas after all, but they're so spread out. Global Esports, they already have control of this A site over here, and Hellranger's gonna find the trade as well. That Stoner manages to find an opening, but he's gonna get quickly shut down. And just like that, things not looking too good here for the side of Team Tamilas. Spike's gonna get planted. They have an op on the retake,
Spike
and we
planted.
all know how that story goes. I mean, it's not the best weapon in the world to work with, really.
Yep. But this is going to boil down. I mean, these XVX scenarios, they boil down to comms and they boil down to how well each individual player plays. So Zoid is trying to creep up heaven. Hellranger's smokes have started to vanish. One smoke does come through. I'm not quite sure who that was, whether it was Zoid or Hellranger. I think that was Hell trying to just smoke up under heaven and help out Rossi. Unfortunately, his position predictable. Zoid will just shoot him through the smoke. Hellranger's head taken off, and now it's Rossi, one man all by himself. Nice out, dashes in, but doesn't get the kill as Flex ready with the Vandal, shoots Rossi down mid-air. Zoid will hold the defuse, and for this round, for this particular XPX, Team Tamilas have come out on top. 2-6, the defense is starting to find its footing, Floki.
Yeah, and Team Tamilas finally learning that global esports, they aren't as infallible as they seem. A few blunders were committed there towards the A side initially. Hellranger did manage to pull it back, but it came down to a 2v2, and we saw Team Tamilas take that round. So clearly, Team Tamilas know that global esports aren't as strong strategically as you think they might. Even though Lightning Fast managed to find those two initial picks, Zoid with his big brain and with his 10,000 IQ found where the Phoenix was, caught him off guard, found the pick, and slowly but surely swung some momentum back in the favor of Team Tamilas. And now they're gonna know that this mid-aggression is coming out with all these smokes. What? No, Lightning Fast, you can't do him like that. Tag manages to find a kill with his ultimate, so that's gonna even things out on the score, but if nothing else, that this B push is coming in hot from Global Esports, Vivek. I'm not sure if Team Tamilas can stop this.
Yeah, Lightning Fast is just going to roll over. Tag will manage to deal with SK Rossi. Lightning Fast needs to find the trade, and even if he doesn't, he's got a friend. It's Hellranger who'll push into the backup side. He brings down Tag. The spike should get planted, but Floki, hold on. There's just two members in the offense, and that leg is not pretty to look at, especially if you're a supporter of Global Esports. It's this Hellranger, one man all by himself. How much can he do? One box is not enough, as Zoid will catch him looking the wrong way. Zoid will eventually, once again, just better or get the better of Hellranger, as this duo of Flex and Zoid is really starting to show up as we're moving through the first half of Ascent 6-3. Still 3 more rounds to go if my math is correct. And if Flex and the boys from Team Tamilas manage to get all those rounds, they can breathe a small sigh of relief. I mean, they've got enough to potentially mount a comeback and take this all the way to map number 3, which is Haven, if you're just tuning in.
Yeah, but once again, we have to remember that Global Esports haven't really played defense yet, and they are 3 rounds up on the offense side. So even if they manage to pull just one out, I'm sure Hellranger has a ton of defensive strats. But this map laid out that Team Tamilas are going to take a couple of rounds to figure out. So if anything, I am confident in Global Esports' ability to play defense properly. Question is, can the star players on the side of Team Tamilas shine? For now, SK Rossi is going to blow the heads off their captain Stoner, and Zoid, what?
No, I think I know exactly what happened. Zoid was just being a little bit cheeky. He could hear all of them coming. They lined up for him. This was delicious for the defense, and it has been ugly for the offenses. Now it's just Hellranger and Scales all by themselves. The spike, I mean, he wants to plant it at A, but are they even going to let him? He's tapping, he's faking. He's hoping that someone walks into anyone's crosshairs. He's going to find Rafa. He'll manage to get the trade on his buddy Hellranger, but Zoid is there. And when, 4 defenders just get onto a side, there's nothing you can do.
Man, I have to say, like they just literally gave him a collateral. They all peaked together at the same time, and Zoid, this monster of a rifler, he managed to get all 3 kills in a span of less than 1 second. It wasn't even 1 second before I saw all the 3 kills on the leaderboard. I mean, on the score, on the kill board. I don't know what you call that, but yeah, on the kill
scoreboard, dumbass, scoreboard. Kill feed.
Kill feed, yeah, there we go. You're the dumbass, I'm not the dumbass. But anyway. Yeah, I think that round's gonna put in a dent in the economy of Global Esports, as they're gonna be working with a little less. And you can see clearly what they do when they're down on the cash. They all just group together and push one side.
Exactly where.
Knocked by his own teammate, and SK Rossi needs to find the second tap. Not really sure which side he's playing for. He's on Team Tamilas, but that last kill is making me think otherwise. He will pick up a kill onto SK Rossi, so maybe he's making up for his sins here, but is it enough? Zoid biding his time, being patient, not giving away his location just yet. 3v3 up for the retake, but the health advantage is in favor of the side of Global Esports. And now the Hunter's Fury comes in. Stoner is going to take a little bit of damage, and he's going to be able to find another kill. Kappa evening things out a little bit, if nothing else. And just like that, it's going to be Zoid and... no, it's not going to be Zoid. Zoid. Yeah, it's going to be...
Stoner and it was, but unfortunately, Zoid just gets one kill, and I think that's a 7th and
Last
a very
round
important
in the
7th round
half.
for the side of Global Esports, because they've got one more round to work with. This time, Floki, they said goodbye to mid control, goodbye to just splitting up across the map. They brute forced their way into B. It was slow and patient, and of course, we saw good old Flex get stuck in market. Sometimes you want a dash, yeah.
There's an imposter among us. That's all I can say. For that particular round, it was tagged. But yeah, mistakes do happen. Mistakes like these can be costly, but you just have to keep your head on your shoulders and not lose your composure. Great arrow there, by the way. It revealed at least 3 players, I think, on the side of Global Esports. So they know exactly what's happening on the map now. And Fleck, yeah, missing that first shot. Not exactly what he was hoping for. And now the smoke is going to come out from Jet. W has been pressed by Lightning Fast, showing the skill, and now he's gonna get the body off, but SK managed to find the trade. Goes in with the nice, finds the enemy Jet, who was peeked in with the op, and well, this duel is a little bit rough, but it does end up going in the favor of SK Rossi. And now, finally,
enemy
out from heaven is gonna be
Last
Zoid,
player
but
standing.
two. Give this man his ace. Has his nice hit at the ready. Oh no, he peeks out just at the last second. Is he gonna find it? Nope. Hellraiser says, I'll take that kill. Thank you very much. Yes, you've done enough, SK Rossi, but don't let it get to your head, because we need you for the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, flawless run coming up from Global Esports. I think that was a decent buy coming out from the defense. Team Tamilas, they had the operator exactly where it needed to be on the map. I think just owning an operator is well, part of the problem. The other part is where that operator needs to be and who's using it. So Flex had it, he was at B, he was waiting. You miss that one shot, you get so heavily punished in this game, and I mean, there was nothing that Flex and the others could do after that. They had to just bit by bit part with the B spike side. Lightning Fast also pushing for information, and if you give SK Rossi a little bit of information, he's got to make the most of it. Did manage to find the first kill, dashed in, and also managed to find another with the knife. So if this is what Jets should do, technically. I mean, they're stuff of legend from Korea. All you have to do is give them information, and they will fly, dash, and throw knives at you.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's just you give this guy an inch and he takes off a mile. That's exactly how you want your duelist to be. Like the kind of attitude, like, I can take 1v1s with anybody for days. Just tell me where they are, and heads are gonna be shot down. And that's exactly what SK Rossi brings to this team. For now, though, what the hell is the Omen trying to do? What? Okay, Hellranger was trying to shoot the drone after closing it down, but anyway, he's gonna get picked off by Rafa as he rushes in on towards the site. SK Rossi is now gonna know that it's gonna be an A take. It's gonna be a plant, but they still don't have heaven control skills. Is he gonna be able to find some couple of pickoffs? Will be slow down the aggression coming in from Team Tamilas? The answer is no. He had his cam out, and well, that's one thing that all Cypher players end up falling for. They fall in love too much with their gadgets and forget about their guns. And now Global Esports stuck in a 3v fight. This is not gonna be an easy task. SK Rossi really gonna have to pull through for his team here. Lightning Fast too. Is there gonna be... He is gonna be helping them out. Kappa taking the slow approach, scouting things out, giving SK Rossi a chance, but they know that he's in heaven, and the Phoenix is not moving. Kappa finds the first kill onto the stone. Maybe this is doable, but time is ticking. The defense not really able to put a dent into the hole so far. And Kappa finds another kill. He's the only one remaining alive. Can he find another collateral? The answer is no, and well, if nothing else, at least they managed to kill everybody in the match. So they're not going to be able to save anything for the next round, but the economy favors the side of Team Tamilas.
Absolutely. I mean, they look at the defender money. They don't have the defense and their economy. They don't have much in terms of credits. They're gonna have to wait. Rossi cannot even do his good old classic. I'll buy a ghost and hold on to it for 2 rounds in a row, because that's not gonna happen. So he's gonna be a little bit more patient. I think these cloud bursts that we are looking at from the previous round, I don't think he's committed any credits this round. He's just gonna push with the naked classic. Doesn't get him too much other than a little bit of information. And he's gonna fall back with 61 points of health, Floki.
Yeah, and well, this round is Global Esports are not going to be expecting much to come out of this. Really, they oh boy, and Zoid. Well, if there was any hope, Zoid is slowly shutting it down. Now, Lightning Fast does have Classic, is in a good position, but is going to get blown off by Rafa and Skills. Does manage to find a pick onto Zoid, but this is not looking good. Well, SK Rossi might have something to say about that. He finds another kill. Don't think he found a weapon just yet, but
He
it's
found
gonna
a
be
Spectre. He found a Spectre.
Okay, he did find the Spectre, so they're going to be scurrying back towards the B site, Vivek, and maybe SK Rossi can show us that he has it in him to clutch these rounds.
I'm not quite sure if a clutch is on the cards, but economic damage is not something Skills and Rossi are going to say no to. So they're just going to try and do as much damage as possible. They're being patient. Skills doesn't have too much information, so they've got to walk, clear corners. This is probably my least favorite aspect of this game. First corner cleared. First enemy dead. Rossi finds a little bit of confidence. How much can he go, though? He doesn't have the dash. So he's got no flex. Flex on top of that box, gets the better of SK Rossi. SK Rossi just wasn't ready for that angle. You got to flick at 580 hertz if you want to hit those shots. And Skills is just going to hold on to the Spectre. Zania stays, builds his economy, which is important. This is what Cypher should do, not maybe for themselves, maybe for the team. He find this last kill. Yep.
Okay, I mean, that was about as good as you could have asked for. He's going to be taking a rifle onto the next round, and he's going to have a ton of credits to work with, so all the economical damage that was caused by Team Tamilas sort of alleviated here by the Cypher.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from Skills over there. He's done his bit. Like all of them have a decent buy. No one can commit just yet to an operator, but SK Rossi should be very, very lethal with just a Vandal. I think the Vandal is now such a perfect weapon for this map because well, it's easier to spray with. It's also always been great to hit headshots with its first bullet accuracy is just up there, so it's a good weapon for this map if you're comfortable using it. Rafa is just going to use the move it back and try and clear out the tripwire that slows him down, but Jet has made progress on his generator. So the spike should get planted. It's actually the Sova tag who has to get the spike planted. The camera getting Skills a little bit of information, so he's understood their setup to work with, and Lightning Fast actually finds an opening as Stoner ends up falling. So the defense have the numbers advantage. Stoner is dead, the Cypher is dead, 4 members alive, and 1 scouted out. How much can he do Skills with just the Phantom? Not that much. He doesn't need to, because Hellranger with the Vandal has managed to sneak in through a shot and find the kill. Flex will quickly fade him out. The defense is trying to make this retake work. Time is still available. Under what they need to clear, and Flex dead. With the neural theft, they almost certainly know where that last member is. Heck, they don't even have to bother as Lightning Fast will deal with Rafa, the enemy Phoenix. A picture-perfect retake coming up from Global Esports there, as the score is 9-6, and they are now 3 points away. 3 map points away from taking the series.
Yes, they are 3 points away from taking this map series, and things are not going to be looking pretty for Team Tamilas, because they're going to have to win multiple rounds in a row. They're going to have to tap into some of that post-technical pause, bind energy, where they managed to get 4 rounds in a row. But I have to mention here, you can't underestimate a team like Global Esports on defense. Skills extremely patient with his time, just making sure that nobody pushes through, nobody is able to get more than what's necessary really, and getting time for the retake to come in from all these other players. For now though, it's going to be a fast play towards the B side from the side of Team Tamilas. SK Rossi is going to be quick on the trigger, takes out the offense, quickly getting 2 kills in tag. Will be there to trade, but I am not exactly sure how much more can come as Kappa is leading up onto everyone. Void left all by himself, gets taken out by Hellranger. He did find 2 picks though, but it's not gonna be a lot.
It's inconsequential in the bigger sense of things, right? Because that round, I mean, it felt like Zoid and the others knew that there was not much they could accomplish with the economy that they had in that round. Now they're putting together a proper buy. Even then, Rafa is not playing with full shields. So that's, I mean, that's not ideal for a duelist, really. They want the Vandal on Rafa. They're prioritizing weaponry over shields. They've got Zoid's ultimate up and running. So if they want to use it and try and find some information, if nothing else, they can do that. Team Tamilas are now starting to trail, and they are really being tested in this round, Floki, as for the first time they have a buy to match Global Esports buy. Let's see what they can bring on the offense.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to have to be a bit more calm and composed play coming in from the side of Team Tamilas. We have seen that they can rush into his side, but if the last round was any indicator of what's to come, that's not going to work against Global Esports, who managed to always keep a level head. Rafa, though, for now has found himself in good position. They have significant amount of mid control, but the question is, where are Team Tamilas going to hit? Which side are they going to go for? And that's what Global Esports are going to struggle to answer. All of the players are in a good position, though. You can see SK Rossi and Hellranger both playing the outskirts of A side, ready to rotate at a moment's notice when this B collapse comes in. And Hellranger's already started to make his way. The B hit is going to come through. The offense, well, Tamilas to open things up, but Skills and Lightning Fast quickly shutting it out. Hell, Lightning Fast just completely denies it. And just like that, all the offense
30 seconds
in the
left.
world, I mean, sure, they have side control,
enemy remaining.
but they're not planting the bomb. In fact, they're going back on the firefights. I'm not sure what's happening. Skills is going to be there to clean up, and after getting all that mid control, I don't know how that will watch.
I'm going to tell you what happened, okay? So, Global Esports were quite smart about that round. Zoid teleported to the back of the site. Zoid cleared the site, but the rest of the team still has to cross. And they just weren't allowed to cross from market. Global Esports gave up market, they gave up mid. But whatever it was, they didn't let them cross, they didn't let them leak into defender spawn either. Kappa actually had the Hunter's Fury. He could have been a bit more prudent and maybe used it that round if he had a read as to where they were. Because I think Global Esports had a complete and perfect read as to what Team Tamilas were doing. And there's no other way of putting it. They outplayed them in that round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even despite having all the mid control in the world, it seemed that it didn't matter for Team Tamilas because they just didn't know what side to hit. And even once they were on the side, they went back out to take a fight, which just seemed extremely awkward. I think the spike was dropped, perhaps. Maybe that could explain why they...
The spike was... the spike carrier was killed mid-crossing. I think Kappa actually swung from defender spawn, ended up dying, but Skills, Lightning Fast, and the rest of Global Esports rotated so fast that they didn't let them cross onto the side. Because Lightning Fast was already at B tunnels or B main, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, they just weren't allowed to cross. Like the moment they thought they had the side, but nope, Global Esports didn't let them pass. It's that simple in the words of Gandalf.
Yeah, you shall not pass. Global Esports definitely seem to be drawing some inspiration from there. But this round, things should be a lot easier for them. They know that the side of Team Tamilas don't really have a solid buy. If they do, it's going to be light armors, it's going to be bulldogs, it's going to be SMGs, it's going to be Ares. So it's going to be something that you have to worry about. But look at the setup coming in from Team Tamilas. Very interesting. 3 people towards A, only 2 people towards mid, but they still have managed to push out and get quite a bit of control. Now, they don't have complete control over the mid area. They have managed to make it halfway there, but it still means something. They could potentially all just rush catwalk and make their way towards A side.
Oh, they're trying for mid control, but Scales there with the Cyphercage will get one, gets the other. The flash is perfect from Lightning Fast. I'm not even quite sure they need it, but the background could be a problem with Zoid. Will manage to swing and clear the corner as he brings both of them down. Now they're pushing out market. It's a 3v3. The offense can very much do this. Flex is starting to flex. He gets the kill with the Bulldog. He's got down Kappa, but there's SK Rossi with the operator. He'll pick him off at market, and now it's
Spike
a retake.
planted.
We've seen Jet and Omen versus Jet and Omen. This time it's Jet and Omen versus Omen and Cypher. What can Stoner bring to the party? He's got to hold on. He's got all the HP in the world he could ask for. Stoner is the man that has got to clutch this out for Team Tamilas. He's set up towards the back of side. Both players are at the back of side, so this could get a little bit problematic. Global Esports are trying to find a way to unlock this puzzle. If they manage to shoot down Zoid, it's going to be great. Very soon, SK Rossi is going to be pushing into the side. He's walking in, clears back the side. Zoid's still there with the Vandal. But Hellranger, his Vandal just shines a whole lot more as 8 HP is not enough for Zoid. He did his bit. He brought down SK Rossi, but he couldn't bring down Hellranger. These XVX, these 2v2 situations are just so much fun to watch, Loki, because you can see both teams trying their hardest to hold on. But Team Tamilas, unfortunately, Floki, they are looking at match and series point right now. This might just be the end of the series for them, and this might just be the end of the road for them in the one-play Esports Valorant Invitational.
Yeah, one final hurrah, once more into the breach, dear friends, as Team Tamilas, they're gonna have to pull up their socks and really make sure that this round goes their way. They need to pull something out of their hat. If you're a magician, get your top hat out because you need to pull out a couple of rabbits to put this one in your favor. And we can see that this time around they're not prioritizing that mid control. In fact, Kappa, he is mad. He's actually just going to start using his ultimate right off the bat, putting some pressure. But this beat has already come to this feels good. 3 players are still towards the Esports. They're not going to be able to come back in time to defend this. So the side control should be going the way of Team Tamilas, but there's still 2 members from Global Esports perched up at the back of this side. They're going to be able to pick off Cypher. Just like that, he's going to come online. Hellraiser manages to find a third one, and just like that,
Defenders
the
win.
offense, which was looking so good, just crumbles under Global Esports' pressure.
Joke's over!
And
Yes.
great whole fantastic stuff coming out here from Global Esports. Instantly using that body to get the neural theft off and know exactly where the enemies are located, allowing all the rotators to just make sure that the crosshair is aimed right where they're going to be. And what looked like a great offense turned into a very bad offense from Team Tamilas.
I think we have the scoreboard on our screens, and I just want to take you through these numbers for whatever they're worth. Lightning Fast is up there in terms of KDA. He's had a good run on Ascent. I think SK Rossi also up there very much along with Skill. So all 3 of them really contributing in the fragging department. And then if you look at Team Tamilas, it's been Zoid, Flex, and then Rafa. Zoid really doing a lot of heavy lifting on this map. I think he showed up as the Rays earlier, and he's definitely showing us that, there's some people that play Valorant to become personalities, and there's some people that play Valorant to really win. I think Team Tamilas, they're doing a great job here of trying so hard to really undo what some consider the best team in India. So they're there. They're getting closer. And I think the next time these 2 teams face off, Loki, we're going to be in for a real treat.
Absolutely, I agree. And I think one of the biggest things that Team Tamilas are going to take away is that they have so much material to learn from, if nothing else, right? You have the Grand Finals defeat yesterday. The Grand Finals was really close. So maybe they can go back there and see what exactly worked for them and what didn't work for them this time around. And they can just look at these losses and kind of figure out how Global Esports thinks, how some of these top tier teams in India communicate and play these maps. Now, the only question that remains is, are Global Esports going to be making all the way towards the Grand Finals? Because next match is up between, I believe,
Rebellious
it is
and Reckoning.
Gaming and Reckoning Esports. That's right. So if they want to make it all the way to the Grand Finals, they have some really cool teams to beat. For now, though, we're going to be moving on into match number 2 between Reckoning Esports versus Rebellious Gaming. I do believe we're going to have a short break and
Hold
don't
up.
go
Hold up. I just wanted to say something. Guys, those of you tuning in, if you're enjoying the broadcast, you can obviously look at the brackets. But yeah, this Valorant Invitational, it's being done by One Play Esports. You can look at their social media channels. You can subscribe to the YouTube. You can follow their Facebook. You can hit the like button. You can hit the bell icon. You can do all those things. If you've been enjoying what Floki and I have been doing in this broadcast, you can find Floki. Oh my God. What's
you
your
can find
Twitter,
me
Floki?
You can find me on Twitter at the rate
Hiraka
T.
T.
The H and T are capital. Everything else is lowercase.
Yeah.
It is. You'll be able to find it the next time you're up around, and you can find Vivek on Instagram at official Vivek. And you want to plug in your Twitter too, Vivek?
I'm just Vivek on Twitter and Facebook. Please find me if you want to. But yeah, the brackets are really, really interesting. I think we need to pay a little bit of attention to the brackets. You can see Global Esports have crossed the first hurdle. The bottom side of the bracket, which is Far Esports, TSF Gaming, Noble Esports, and Rad Syndicate, those teams are sheer madness, Floki. I'm waiting for those teams. We've got some of the best players from India. We've got Venom, we've got Sai, we've got Tito, we've got Batman, we've got Rexy. We've got some of the best players from Indian Valorant playing this tournament. Our next match for the day is obviously going to be Reckoning versus Rebellious. But before that, we have a neat little graphic to look at, which is that Skills really shown today. 42 kills, 18 deaths, 3 assists. I mean, give this man the MVP. Is that even a question? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean this guy has been on fire, if nothing else. Like he has been the defensive rock for his team on this cipher.
Yeah.
And Skills, well, he does justice to his name, if nothing else, Vivek. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, Skills has definitely been a treat to watch. I think his read of the map has been solid, and it's not just him. I know Health Ranger has a big part to play. I think when this game began, in the infancy of this game, everybody was like, "Oh, he's a cipher. He's not meant to frag." But I don't think the game is like that anymore. I think everybody has a role to play. If the duelist doesn't frag and if the cipher frags, it's absolutely okay, because in your team, in your setup, that's the role, that's the agent that you've enabled. So I'm absolutely fine with that. You can't just say Cypher had these many kills, Zoid had these many kills. It's not how it works. It's not how this game works. It's not a linear conversion of numbers into impact rating, to be honest. It's a game which has this magic around it, which has this creativity around it, which is ability usage, which is what surprises me every time I play this game.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think that's going to be about it for this time around, folks. We are having a second match coming in shortly after a short break. Believe it's going to be a few minutes before we're back. So don't go anywhere, but do get something to eat, do get something to drink. We'll be back with the second best of three for the day between Rebellious Gaming and Reckoning Esports. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the One Play Esports Valorant Invitational. My name is Vivek. Joining me is Floki or at the rate Hirakti. If you've been enjoying the broadcast, guys, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitch, we're on Instagram. It's One Play Esports. That's where you want to just pay attention to what they're doing, because this is just the start. This is just the beginning. 50,000 rupees at stake here as 8 teams duke it out in a very you said it's single elimination, but I think in
Yeah.
Valorant, if you're doing best of 3 single eliminations, it's a very, very solid format.
Why so? Is it because what exactly why exactly do you think that? I'm just curious. Because
I
I
mean,
personally I think double elimination's better because it gives teams time to adapt and learn, really, to
mhm.
learn from their losses and gives them a chance to come back. So that way we can kind of figure out which truly is a team that learns from their mistakes and is able to overcome them.
I actually think a best of 3 single elim is a great bracket, because you have enough to, like, in 3 maps you have enough data to react really. I think the nature of this game is that you got to react quickly. This is not a game where you sit, you play one best of 3, and then you go reflect, and then you take down notes and you come tomorrow. It doesn't work like that. It's on that day who adapts to the fluidity of the game. And I think best of 3s are a very fair way to see who's actually been quick enough to adapt. I think if you look at any tactical shooter, if you look at, say, Counter Strike or other tactical shooters, the nature of the game is such that eventually you can gather enough data. You can gather enough data that Scalesa likes to set up a tripwire at mid, and he's got a cipher cage at mid. You can gather where Kappa likes to play. You can keep doing that, and it's a constant evolution. But I think in the sense of a tournament, a best of 3 is a very balanced measure to see who's quick enough to react and who's not. Now, the grand finale is going to be a best of 5 affair, and we've got the brackets on your screens. Reckoning versus Rebellious is what's up next. Anything you want to add about Reckoning versus Rebellious, Floki?
Not really. Both these teams seem strong. Reckoning is obviously a story dog if you've been following the Indian esports scene for a while. They had their rosters in multiple game titles. I think the latest one being Valorant. And Rebellious Gaming, I believe they're a mobile gaming org. I'm not too confident as to where they come from.
They're
I don't have
they're a
a
newer org, and they're just trying to prove themselves in Valorant, and I think they've got a lot at stake. I'm really curious to see what they can do. We've got the map veto on our screens. It's Ascent. That means
yeah.
non-stop adrenaline. Map 2, we're going to slow down a bit on Haven, and map 3, we're going to go to the map that I know a lot of Asian teams hate this map. I know a lot of us who play Pugs hate this map. Part of the reason we hate this map is because in Act 2, no matter how much you tried, this map just kept showing up again and again every time you were queuing. So in Asia, we've got some.
Strong dislike.
Uh-huh.
Strong dislike.
Yeah, strong dislike is the nice way to put it. I don't know. Do you like Split, Floki?
I was Yes, I love Split. In all honesty, Split is literally one of my most favorite maps to play, and partly it's because of the element of verticality in the map. Like there are so many, there's a lot of room for skill on that map. Essentially, the map itself has a lot of depth, which I can't usually say that for something like Ascent or Bind, or I can say that for Haven, but on Haven it's one-sided, right? On Split, there are lots of possibilities for both sides, really. So yeah, I mean, we're going to be having a look at the map now. It's going to be up on your screens. Hopefully, if you're lucky, you're going to know what Bind is. Sorry, what Split is all about. We make it all the way to the third map and try to figure out like what exactly it is that I'm talking about. But yeah, first map, Ascent, like you mentioned, is going to be wild. There's going to be a lot of adrenaline pumping. The first match already underway. Reckoning Esports is going to be on the defense, and Rebellious Gaming are going to be on the offense. Wait.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much to talk about for Reckoning. I obviously remember Ayan. I've followed this org in other game titles. They're an org which shows a lot of promise. Let's see what they can do in Valorant. It's the first pistol of Ascent. This is where the balance of the map is set to a degree, and both teams are being extremely patient so far.
Yeah, lots of more ghosts on the defense side compared to the offense. They have 2 people with pistols and armor and some utility, but on the defense, we see they're just going for the one tap potential of the ghosts. Rebellious Gaming, curious to see what kind of offense they've mounted here. They've put 4 people up towards this B side and playing extremely passively on that middle area. So you can see that Reckoning Esports are slowly gearing their way towards B, and as soon as that flash comes in, all the people start running in. And there we go, the first contact is going to be taken by the Omen, gets linked up, not taken down quite quickly, and Khan was able to make sure that the trades come in for his team and they get some side control. Tchaikovsky, in fact, managed to pick up 2 kills for himself, and just like that, Reckoning Esports, the defense has been completely shut down thanks to this beautiful, beautiful lurk from the Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, Rio had to do his best to hold on to that side. Strange bit of geography here. Razor on the Rays is also from Brazil. Rio is named after a city in Brazil. We have fun fact, and I'm going to give fun facts because there's nothing fun about what we just saw. Sloki, you know we have a balance of exactly 6 male to 6 female agents in the current Valorant patch.
Yeah, is it with or without Sky?
Sky is not in the game.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just asking you because I'm not sure if you counted that in.
No.
Yeah.
Without Sky.
Yeah, that's actually balanced as all things should be. I mean, that's all I can say. You know, Thanos put it perfectly at the end of Avengers, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, having 6. What are even the implications of it? I'm not even sure what that means. Having it.
There are no implications. I think the only thing that matters in this game is if you can push and kill, and Razor and BRZ are trying to push and find kills, but they're being shut down as Buster and the others are just finding it a little too simple to halt this aggression coming in from the defense. And now it's Ayan all by himself at Generator, and Ayan cannot do all that much with the classic. The spike actually gets planted elsewhere, and Rio once again at that ball will not find too much.
Yeah, Rebellious Gaming, really 2 clean rounds right off the board over here. Now there was no buy for the side of Reckoning Esports, but this time around they're going to be having enough money for weapons. So now we get to see what they're truly made of. So the last few rounds they did end a little too quickly for my taste, but this time around let's see if they can hold and make sure that the side of Rebellious Gaming really have to watch where they step.
There.
But now though, it's gonna be a setup of 2 people mid, 1 on each side, and Omen playing towards that shorty. A lot of emphasis on mid control being put here by Reckoning Gaming. So they recognize that controlling this mid area is extremely important, and we'll see what exactly happens. As Razor finds the first pick on the Cypher, so that means that you don't have to worry about that backstab or the lurk coming in anymore from him. Just these 4 people all geared up towards B. Cypher all by his lonesome on that A side, and along with Omen. Now the smoke's coming in along with the flashes. Reckoning gonna know exactly what's going on over here. Phoenix storms in, doesn't see anybody through the smoke. Pushing it, sees the race come out, gets the headshot. Jet is there for the trade. In fact, Reckoning, they managed to find 2 quick kills, and just like that, the entire offense has crumbled as it's Reyna all by her lonesome, stuck in a 1v4. But if there's anything I've learned from my past is that Reyna can pull for 1v4. Unfortunately, not in this scenario, as Shoki is gonna end up being taken down by the Omen. And just like that, Reckoning Esports put themselves on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, Reckoning were being quite patient, and I think I don't know if Ayan is leading this team. I did manage to catch him play earlier, and I've caught him play a lot of Counter-Strike in the past. I believe earlier he used to play the Viper. This time he's switched his role up. He's more a duelist. He's picked up the Jet, so life has changed for Ayan and Reckoning. So far, their fates, I can't say their fates have changed for good, but they did manage to win that crucial round where the defense does have enough to string together a buy. Can they hold on to this? For now, they're just pushing through mid. I'm not quite sure how long this is going to work for them. Buster is going to get a little bit of information towards A, but mid has been forfeit by Rebellious Gaming. Mid has been forfeit.
Yeah, look at this beautiful pincer move coming out here from the side of Reckoning Esports. The side of Rebellious Gaming are locked in. They have no option but to venture on towards this A side. Now, Cypher is alone all by himself, so he's gonna bide his time. He's gonna play it patiently, allow for the rotate to come in. But the enemy Cypher 2 on the offense is playing that lurk, making sure that the team does not so easily are able to pincer the side of Rebellious Gaming, and just like that, the spike has actually been planted, and now the retake is gonna come through. The fight is happening between Raze and Cypher. The Cypher is gonna be successful, so... Oh no, this is not what they wanted, as the entire defense positions have been revealed thanks to that beautiful kill coming in from Tchaikovsky. Those first 2 kills in those rounds, they all add up, and this round is, well, it's actually going back in the favor of Reckoning. I mean, I'm gonna eat my words because Reckoning was
enemy
quite
remaining.
intervened completely towards the side of these. Oh, okay, I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what to say. That beautiful neural theft comes in from Psychowski. They know exactly where all of them are, and they still come in and tap heads.
Yeah,
I mean-
you've got to give credit to Psychowski. I mean, he did his best over there. I don't think you could ask for more from the Cypher, right? He got so much information. He shut down the flank coming in from Razor. But yeah, what more can you ask of from the Cypher?
This is a
Yeah,
nice
exactly. I don't think you can. That was the best case scenario, you know, finding
goes
that very
there.
first kill,
This goes
knowing the
there.
position of all the 4
this is
enemy
a nice
team
spot.
members right off the bat, and just like that, well, the round crumbled, even though they had all the information in the world. But for now, we're gonna see Reckoning
Camera
Esports
taken out.
take this round up rather easily. It's gonna be a force by of Sheriffs, but I'm not really sure how well that's gonna work out for them as well. Buster making it work for them. Omen doesn't even know what. Okay, 2 kills picked up. A-side blasted open ball by himself, and we can see the bomb carrier scrambling, making their way towards A. And Reckoning, they are gonna find 2 revenge kills at the very least, making this a 3v3 for now. But look at Psychowski, he's in position, he's waiting, making sure that the bomb can come in and they can at least get the plant so they have a good economical advantage in the next round. But Vivek, this retake, it's not gonna exactly be easy here for the side of
Spike
Reckoning
planted.
Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have asked for more from Rebellious, right? Like, Strokey went out and found openings with the Sheriff, but not Strokey, excuse me,
One
Official
enemy
Buster went
remaining.
out and found openings, but Strokey then just committed himself towards mid, and he got punished at mid, and now the retake looks so simple because Reckoning, they found those 2 kills at mid. If they didn't find those 2 kills at mid, I believe it was Strokey +1. All of Buster's hard work would have actually paid off, if you get what I'm saying. Buster just walked into A. There was some clear miscoms between Razor on the Raze as well as the +1 that was with him. I believe that was Teflon Mike on the Omen. So yeah, if Teflon Mike was not caught looking the wrong way, that would have been a much more simpler round for the side of Reckoning. But hey, all's well that ends well. They've held on to their weapons. Ayan has even picked up the knives. They're building their defensive economy, and this is what Rebellious had an opportunity to stop in the previous round, but they kind of gave away their numbers by dying at mid.
Yeah, and I mean, the spike was also not in position, right? They all just spread out together to get as many frags as they could on an eco round. I mean, sure, like, you can maybe hope to get a couple of pickoffs here and there, but perhaps it was best for them to just stick together and make their way towards one single bomb site. Now, look at the way Reckoning Esports have set this up, right? They have 3 people all the way towards shot. The A side is completely open, but you have Cypher's traps there, so you know when the push is gonna come through.
Yeah.
The problem is, if the Reyna decides to go along with the Cypher Phoenix duo, it might be too little too late, and then they'll have to play the 5v5 retake here.
Yeah.
And we can see Psychowski checking all the corners, making sure no one's gonna get a sneaky kill. But for now, things relatively tame, Vivek.
Yeah, Ayan gets picked off, which is kind of unnecessary. But, now the pressure might start to add up for Reckoning, but Teflon Mike ready will manage to bring down Clone. It's now a 4v4, and Buster once again is coming in from A-long. He's got the wall to work with. They managed to make the cross onto the site. The spike, it has not yet reached the site, so it's Strokey trying to stroll over onto the site and get the spike down. The
30
real question
seconds
is,
left.
Will Reckoning let them get the spike down? Will Reckoning let them cross? The Reyna using a layer bit by bit, trying to clear it. Leo peeks, gets punished, and Strokey there with the operator will bring down Raze. But BRZ quick with the same will manage to bring it back bit by bit for Reckoning, but I'm not quite sure if it's enough. Teflon Mike says, hello, I'm out of here. But there's nowhere to go. That pocket is not safe. A-Long is not your friend, as Reckoning lose their money and lose the round, more importantly. 3-3, Rebellious Gaming are starting to fight back bit by bit. You've got to commend the patience coming out from Strokey. He had the spike, but he was just waiting, scoped in with the operator, waiting to punish anyone that picked him.
Yeah, and great awareness too on the side of Rebellious Gaming. Even though Strokey got picked off, they didn't panic, they didn't rush towards the spike. They took their time to take the fights as conveniently as possible, and then once they had those firefights, that they decide to get the spike back and finish the round off. Teflon Mike, he did panic and get off a rather cheeky ultimate, but couldn't really save him in that scenario. He's just as good as dead when you teleport in front of a Cypher there.
Yep.
Nowhere to run!
Reckoning Esports, I believe this is an eco round for them after losing the last one. So if the side of Rebellious Gaming won, they can just go in guns blazing onto any side really. But they're gonna play it patient, gonna draw the utility, gonna make life easier for them for the eventual push that will come out.
Yeah.
And now that they've forced out all this utility, they're making their way towards mid.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury was committed at B along with the Shock Darts. The Sova didn't find too much. So Rio didn't find too much success at B. And now they're actually starting to swing over to A. So you got 2 tripwires. The Cypher camera has been taken down or has not been. Now there it is. There it's been committed and taken down quickly. So the Cypher gets a lot of information. And 3 members of the defense are up there in the heavens. The Paranoia there. Will they get killed? BRZ will Deflon chime in with another. Psychowski dead and Deflon. A big one for Buster. As this coordinated aggression
30
around
seconds
that
left.
Paranoia really seems to work out for Reckoning. It's just Strokey all by himself. The spike in the middle of nowhere. Strokey just holding guard and waiting for somebody to walk into his crosshairs. Will not find too much. Rio dancing, flirting with Strokey, will eventually just shot him down with the Phantom. Strokey finds the kill but loses the operator.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out from Rio too. The way he was bunny hopping around and got the maximum momentum to peek out that shot, to bait out that shot from Strokey. Great stuff. Yeah, great individual plays too by Reckoning Esports. Not only are they communicating and rotating really well, but each of them seem to be on point when it comes to their aim. You know, Teflon Mike, yes, he messes up, but he maintains his composure and he comes back with a 2K to turn the ties in favor of Reckoning Esports. And Rebellious Gaming, they are still looking to get the momentum back in their favor after those first 2 rounds, really.
Joke's over! You're dead!
I'm just curious to see if in the Indian Valorant scene we have a Sova that's a hardcore Odin user.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not quite sure if
Deploying drone.
I'm not spotted too many. I know there are occasional Odin users, but yeah. For now, the Rio's doing his bit, right? Like he found a lot of information at B. His shock dart is actually damaging the wall. In my building, that'd be a complaint to the secretary. But Ascent is a lot kinder. It's not kind when you peek like that, though, as Ayan gets his head taken off. Now a 4v5 for Reckoning as they get a little bit ahead of themselves.
Yeah, and once again, we can see they completely left the B side open. I mean, they're responding to all the aggression coming in from Rebellious Gaming rather perfectly. Still holding on to that side. Buster will be able to open things up, get enough space to get the bomb down. But the question is, can Reckoning Gaming make a comeback here? They are in a 3v4. They don't have their ultimates, and Buster is. It seems like the train is slowly leaving them. The comeback train has gone by, and
I know
Esports,
exactly
they've
where
clearly
you
missed it. They should be saving the rifles for the upcoming round. Doesn't make sense to just give everything up. Rio, in fact, manages to find 1 kill, so that's gonna be, I believe, an op taken away from Strokey. He's the one who usually ops. I'm not sure if he had one, but regardless, it's just gonna be. This is not gonna be a retake by any stretch of the imagination. They're just gonna try to do as much damage as they can to get the hell out. And well, when you bite off more than you can chew, yeah, that happens. Wow, that was a very cool animation there. He got sucked into the black hole.
Yeah,
But-
that's the new skin.
Well-
I forget its name.
Yeah, I think it's called Plasma something.
No, I you know what? I'll be very honest with you. Like I kept up with all the skins until the end of Hack 2, and then what happened is my wallet couldn't keep up. So इतना पैसा में इतना ही होगा as some Indians say. I couldn't afford to look at any more skins or buy any more skins. I think the very calming pew 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 of the Prime Vandal was enough for me, and then I called it quits while I was ahead.
Yeah, I mean, don't really wanna spend too much money on those skins. You don't even get to use all of them at once, right? So maybe it's good to find what suits your playstyle and just stick with that.
Clone has the Prime Vandal. Does he put it in use though? He has to challenge Ayan, and Ayan with the operator is like a rock. Finally, Psychowski gets the advantage with the Phantom. Does manage to bring him down. Defcon Mike also chiming in, but Psychowski is the issue. Psychowski is asking awkward questions, but the neural theft is going to make him doubt himself as he strolls into garden, flicks on a BR. Psychowski single-handedly trying to catch his round for his side, and now it's all Strokey with the Bulldog, who switched over to the Elder Flame Vandal and now picks up the Phantom, the new one.
Yeah.
1v1. doesn't clear the angle, and Rio there with the Vandal wins it out. Touch and go for Reckoning, and this kind of touch and go approach, I mean, sure, you can be this fluid, you can be this chill about it, but this probably means you're going to a map 3 if you had to really make a prediction very, very early.
And I think this is more really Reckoning taking it easy and trying to figure out what the enemy team is trying to do. That's when they'll start playing a lot more concrete, you know, not really, as of now you are correct, like they're not having any, they don't really have any real defaults up and running. They're just reacting to what the enemy team is doing. Yeah, they're fluid. That's the best way to put it. Great out of them.
They're fluid in a good way though.
I mean, they have a round advantage here, and this should also most likely go in their favor as it's an eco coming in from Rebellious Gaming. Well, the first frag has been found by Riza. He found the second one too, the third one as well. And this round is done and dusted. The Reyna though making their way towards mid. Maybe they can find a plant if they're a bit cheeky about it. Teflon might find Tchaikovsky, and Reyna all alone, by lonesome against 5 people. Was about to pick up a rifle, but DRZ says, no sir, thank you, we are not gonna take those odds as we don't like him, and shuts it down.
Yeah. 1 all round plus 1 very competent duelist, and that's what you get. It was actually a little rough to look at because Tchaikovsky and the others didn't have any time to react, and Strokey all by himself with a Sheriff. How much can a Reyna really do, you know?
Yeah.
You can't expect the world from a Reyna at this level. I think the Reyna's got to be more involved with the team to really find success. I think it's the duelist plus the abilities along with the duelist.
Joke's over! You're dead!
And that's what Reckoning have been doing better so far. Then Rebellious managed to find some of that success. Buster has been phenomenal in the past as he again just strolls over onto the B side, but that's his run it back. So he just gets a little bit of information. Rio will manage to bring down Clone, and there's Strokey. With the trade, the Vandal through Boathouse will manage to bring him down. It's now a 3v4, and Reckoning shouldn't be too bothered. They've got the Operate, and Ayan is very capable. Dashes in, uses the knife, brings down Strokey, and now it's just the Omen. All by himself. It's Khan for the win. It's Khan that's got to clutch it out. He's got the spike, and he's trying to move over to B. But Khan also has his ultimate. I don't know, Floki. This is a big ask of any Omen.
Yeah, maybe he can use his ultimate to scout things out, really, if not commit to a site, know where one of the players is, and then decide what he wants to do. It could just end up being a waste, but if he really wants to go for it, really wants to win this round, which is actually extremely crucial for Rebellious Gaming, he could do that. Now remember, if Rebellious Gaming loses this round, they're not going to have an economy for the next one. They're not going to have a good buy, and losing this one for Reckoning Esports doesn't mean much because they're still going to have a buy regardless. So it is very, very crucial that Khan, if possible, gets at least the bomb plant, but, well, it's too much to ask for. It's a 1v3, and BRZ is going to quickly shut him down. And just like that, a great half for Reckoning Esports. Yes, this is the final round, and, you know, there's still a chance that they might win this one, but when you're running low on shields and utility and whatnot, it can be a bit of a tall order. Light armor, and one of them doesn't even have armor.
Rio considered the Odin. He considered it. He had his ultimate and he picked up the Odin, but there's someone...
He still has the money and he picks it up again. Okay, he's gonna settle for the Phantom.
Fire in the hole!
It would have been cool to see though.
When in doubt, buy the Phantom. Ryan, there's no such thing as doubt, there's no such thing as fear. There's nothing that stops you as he peeks for one more. But he's not going to find the Reyna. He's going to be forced to dash back. He's got a shot if he needs it. Strokey playing close, but actually just pushed through the smoke. Ayan and the other player that was supposed to pass. The Tchaikovsky gets picked off. Now Strokey is thrown over to the side. So what's he going to manage to pull off with this? He gets 1 kill. He knows exactly where he is. He takes Razor by surprise. He becomes intangible and he's trying to push for more information. He's trying to push into more corners, but then no more corners to work with. His BRZ comes in from short, brings him down. 8-4.
Switching sides.
Yeah,
making this look easy. I mean, they're just making it look easy. That's all I've got to say, Floki.
Yeah, and almost looked like a highlight reel there from Strokey. I believe he almost dodged one of those Sova ultimate shots. He went into that intangible form, the Hunter's Fury.
Yep.
And almost survived there. But, you know, it is too much to ask for. When 3 people are storming you from all these different angles, you're not going to win that fight by any stretch of the imagination.
Yep.
But I have to say, great half coming in from Reckoning Esports. Despite losing the first 2 rounds in a row, they maintain their composure. They come back, they collect themselves,
You can't
wait for the
catch
first
us.
buy round, and then just explode onto Rebellious Gaming. And Rebellious Gaming, it just seems like they don't know what hit them.
Okay, first pistol, Omen Smoke's being traded. The offense will smoke off Market, and the defense is actually going to smoke off mid-link. So these are the first smokes so far. The Cypher is set up stuff towards A-Long. He's got a camera. I think the camera was instantly dealt with. So BRZ is very, very aware of these common camera angles. Is actually keeping pace with Tchaikovsky the best he can. There's the duel between the Sovas, and there's the duel between the Cyphers, excuse me, and then there's the duel between the duelists. And if you look at the duelist, Buster, he's not come out on top, so he hasn't got shields, and on top of that he lost a fair amount of health, but he's going to heal himself up with the hot hands and just push a little bit more aggressively. Strokey towards Garden will get a kill, wants to be intangible, but no, how much longer can he hold on? Not that much longer. Razor will bring him down, but there's Khan towards Heaven. Khan helps him out and clone there. The USP, the Ghost, excuse me, will bring down BRC. Rio gets picked off by Tchaikovsky, and it's just one man that's got to pull this together for the side of Reckoning. Teflon Mike, well, he could have been made of Kevlar. That wouldn't have been enough, because he gets picked off. Reckoning lose the pistol, unfortunately. But Rebellious are trying to come back.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same thing we saw in the first half, right? They win the first 2 rounds based off of individual skill. They get all these clean and sick headshots. They get all these plays. They get the right trades. They get the right frags.
Yeah.
The question is, when it comes to that buy round, when it comes to that decisive 14th round, are they going to be able to put up the same performance? That's when it's really going to be the kicker. That's what's going to decide who's going to come out on top. Now, winning these rounds obviously is pretty good. You're going to even up the score if nothing else. But if you want to make a comeback, the next 2 rounds are going to be extremely crucial. And
okay, so they're working with Cloud. This is a hard eco coming up for them as they stroll out along. Tchaikovsky there. Strokey says, give me those frags. Razor will actually shoot it on the back with the classic. How much more can Razor do? Not that much. As Clone and Tchaikovsky were ready and planted on the spike side. As Razor gets picked up, and now we look at Reckoning's first proper buy. This is weirdly the rhythm of another tactical shooter. This is not the normal rhythm of Valorant. It's a very familiar rhythm to me because I watched Buster as well, and I've seen Tchaikovsky as well. I think both of these are young players who have, I mean, they've been trying to climb the ranks in CSGO for a while. I've definitely followed both these names in the past. Now is in the realm of that tactical shooter. Now is do or die for the defense, and the same goes for the offense.
yeah, I completely agree. And we're gonna see just how well Reckoning Gaming are on the offense on Ascent. We know that Ascent is a wild map and might not be very consistent to get a good offense going as they had, even though they had a solid defense in the last time around. They are taking this one slow. They're all committed towards one part of the map, giving up mid control entirely. And look at just how far the Reyna is actually pushed out. She has so much information for her team. They know exactly where the side of where the side of Rebellious Gaming are. Sorry, where the side of Reckoning Gaming, Reckoning Esports are for that matter.
Yep. Rebellious know where Reckoning are in case you got confused, but Teflon Mike, he knows where Buster is. He's gonna find the kill. And bit by bit, Rebellious are being challenged as Buster just gets a bit too unnecessarily aggressive towards mid, gets picked off. Strokey, his aggression towards A-Long, they were ready for it. They actually shut down Strokey, and now it's just Tchaikovsky all by himself. The man with the camera, the man with the cages, the man with the tripwires. How much can he do? Well, he's gonna let the spike get planted. Big challenge from under heaven, or hell as some of us like to call it. Tchaikovsky's been forced to stroll off rafters now. He's looking for someone stuck into this corner, but they know exactly where he is. He cannot be that cheeky, so not against Reckoning. Definitely not against Reckoning on Ascent. BRZ is gonna end up falling, and there's good old Teflon Mike. He takes care of Clone. 9-6. Reckoning win that crucial round. What was the number you put on it? 14th round? 15th round?
Yeah, it was the 5th. Yeah, this was the. I don't even remember, man. My math and counting skills are terrible. Yeah, and I actually just finished my degree in philosophy, so math is about as useful to me as I don't know, stones are useful to a carpenter. Anyway, bad analogies aside, Reckoning
Yeah.
Esports, really great read of the map. They're not allowing Strokey's aggression to come through. Just being really aware that they had given up that part of the map, so it is very likely that there's a person just lurking around there and playing it very carefully, committing the right amount of utility, making sure that Serena doesn't get a free kill. And now they know it's an eco round on the side of Rebellious Gaming, so they can do whatever the hell they want essentially. And they are spread out very well. They put two people towards B, get the opening frag, slow things down a little bit, and just trying to force something out of Rebellious Gaming to make their lives easier. They know it's an eco round. Oh no, this Sova!
Kill.
Ah boy, I've seen that story so many times. Clone is going to pick up a rifle for himself, and he also has light shields. Could make do with this, but not sure if it's going to be enough because the rest of the team is just playing on Sheriffs. The Jet going to get tagged up by the spy cam. That's a nice flash coming in from the Owen. In fact, Clone actually managed to find a second kill with the help of the bazooka there. Teflon Mike managed to find a frame onto Tchaikovsky down to a 2v2. Only one rifle up for Reckoning though, so that is the disadvantage that they'll have to account for.
Spike planted.
The Phoenix coming in from exactly where the Raze is too. So this is, at least positionally, they don't have the best advantage, and now they know exactly where both of these people are. Both caught up in hell, have a strong crossfire up and running. The plant is in their favor too, so it's not going to be very easy getting them. But maybe
One
I can
player
get a
remaining.
flash up there, or
One
maybe
player
if Clone
remaining.
just learns how to tap heads like that, they can pull the round back in their favor. The Omen though using the ult to get the hell out of there onto a different position. Raze is just going to be forced to tap the bomb. Omen still coming in. He knows to stop, and Teflon Mike is there to save the day for Reckoning Esports as, well, that was not a very close round at the end, after all.
Yeah. I mean, Clone just showed so much presence of mind towards the end. He tapped the spike, he held the defuse for a bit, and then he cancelled. I feel so bad for him because he nearly clutched it. He heard the Omen running towards him. He heard Teflon Mike making those loud footsteps as he ran towards him. He nearly clutched it out. He was somewhere in between a half defuse and a full defuse. But in the end, it was no defuse for him as he ended up losing that round. And now Reckoning have 10 rounds on the scoreboard, Floki. Another 3 to go. Ascent is starting to slip away for the side of Rebellious Gaming, and they've got to hold on for dear life. It's Tchaikovsky, the anchor, the clutch. He gets himself two crucial
found my
kills. The
wife.
storm onto heaven with the Phantom. His spray is perfect. One more player to deal with. Bullets not available, but Rio will clear him out with the shock dart, and Rio's ready for more as Clone ends up falling. Clone trying his hardest to get the trade from A-Shot, gets punished. It's now up to Khan and the others. Khan, official buster, not an official buster, the official buster. Strokey and Khan have got to make this retake work. Buster will try and shut down Ryu as he makes the cross, and Khan finds one kill. But there's Ayar with the operator, reliable as always. He shuts down Buster towards shot, and Khan's peek from heaven has been dealt with. It's now Strokey. They know exactly where Strokey is, and there is nowhere to run. Strokey has to run into the side, but he's trying to sidestep that Hunter 3 as best as he can. But there's Ayan. Ayan is just such a force of nature. He's the most freaking reliable operator I've seen in the entirety of this tournament. It's not about the nutty shots. It's about hitting the consistent ones. And Ayan is showing us why he deserves to play the Jet and why he deserves to hold on to the operator in his team.
Absolutely. Great stuff coming out from Reckoning. As we've talked about once again and again on these buy rounds, Reckoning just show up big time. Just tactically outsmarting their opponents and not really giving anything away as the attackers. I mean, even when we noticed then they were against the Eco, after getting that pick, they just backed off. They took it easy. They knew that Rebellious Gaming had to push and they had no other option there. And they ended up getting themselves a couple of free kills. Yes, that round ends up being a little bit close thanks to Clone, but you still manage to find yourself in a very comfortable situation, if nothing else. For now though, mid-control being established here by the attackers as Razor is burning in that Phoenix hot hands, but for now, he will find a safe spot and be able to conserve his life force a little bit.
Yep. Well,
Lonely.
this is just look at how patient once again Reckoning are. I mean, they're I don't know. Whoever calls in this team, I'm pretty sure it's Ayan, is doing a great job. So Ayan is just like so using the operator doesn't always translate the way it does in other tactical shooters because his gun has been nerfed umpteen times. But Ayan is using it to perfection. Razor and the others
out of my
are
way.
trying to actually clear out market, but
30
blinded.
seconds left.
One pop
One
flash
player
coming up from
standing.
Buster was enough for him to get 2 kills with the Spectres. They both line up. They're going to be so disappointed about that. That's not something Reckoning would do any day of the week. Given a choice, and yeah, 11-7. They've got to be concerned because they've lost the operator. The defenders did manage to pick it up, if I'm not mistaken. Nope,
Huge
the
economic
defense.
blow, actually.
The defense actually didn't pick up the operator. Interesting.
There.
Ah, so it seems like
There.
they don't really want to op. You know, we have talked about how gambling with the op. I mean, how using the op on Ascent can be a bit of a gamble here, because if you lose that mid control and your op is perched up mid, suddenly it becomes extremely hard for you to use it, right? Because if they get mid control all the time and they make their way on towards the site, retaking with an op, it's just painful.
Yeah.
For now, though,
11-7. It's still a very
Joke's over.
possible
You're dead.
game for the side
Cage
of
trigger.
Rebellious. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be enough. Yeah, Sarkowski does spot nearly all of them from the side of Reckoning. So Reckoning can't just commit to A long, and you can see them move across the map. The rotation's coming through. They've got Rio just holding on to mid. The rest of them are swinging B immediately. Now look at the defense. The defense scattered. The Cypher's actually left A. Sarkowski's made the call, guys. We don't need to be at rafters. Let's focus on B and mid. So Sarkowski is just watching any aggression towards mid. And while all of this is going on, Clone just says, let me stroll out A shot. He brings down Rio, but he can't challenge Ayan. Ayan, once again with the operator, will bring back the numbers. Now the offense needs to get the spike down, but they're not being allowed to, as his Buster just blocked up from B tunnels. He finds one kill, flashes, looks for the second, brings down Razor, but Ayan, again, it's Ayan with the operator time and time again. But how much can this man carry? He's got
One
a dash to
player
work with.
standing.
He's got many angles to clear, though. That's the problem. As Strokey
30
was trying to
seconds left.
backstab him, it's now Teflon Mike. Good old Teflon Mike. He's got the shrouded step if he needs it, but he's got to get past so many burdens, one of them being Khan with the Phantom, and that itself is too much. The spike doesn't even get planted. 11-8. Rebellious are starting to make a comeback, Floki.
yeah, and once again, we did see that as soon as that happened, as soon as the 4 people got revealed, Reckoning started running all the way back. And in fact, they were getting baited the side of Rebellious Gaming, but Tchaikovsky with the level head actually gave the call to his team like, guys, it's okay, calm down, relax. I have my traps up at A. If they do push, we will know. Make sure you hold on to B. Make sure you don't give up mid so easily. And Clone, even though he did pick up that initial kill, was quickly traded out by the side of Reckoning. Regardless, though, great calling there by Sai. I believe he's the IGL for the team.
Cage trigger.
Tchaikovsky.
Tchaikovsky. Oh, but this... Oh, man, it explodes right under his feet. Jet makes it to the side, but no, Tchaikovsky actually managed to fight exactly. He's gonna find a third one. No, he gives it up, but he does a significant amount of damage. Well, actually did nothing to step on. Mike is still pretty healthy. Yeah, okay, no, he's not healthy at all. He's lost a lot of HP. That's the other Roman that we're looking at.
Spike planted.
But for now, Official Buster on his way towards Heaven has all the utility ready in the world to deal with this, and this is a retake that Rebellious Gaming can pull off very easily.
One
The
enemy
burn
remaining.
comes in from the hot hands of Buster, and just like that, 2 quick kills, last person sitting very low on HP, will find the first frag, but Buster is there to trade him out. And this is another round going the way of Rebellious Gaming, as they are going to take their time to sort of find all the right weapons, maybe pick up an AWP if there was one. And great stuff, great comeback being mounted here by Rebellious Gaming, I must say.
Yeah, good stuff coming up from Rebellious Gaming. They're managing to, really start to ask awkward questions of Reckoning. Bit by bit, their defense is starting to come together, and primarily it's been Tchaikovsky on the Cypher. I think people underestimate what this agent does. I don't know. In case you have any doubts, you're seeing Sarkowski get the kills, but it's about his timing. It's about his internal timing. It's about how he anchors the side, and he's done a phenomenal job so
Joke's
far.
over.
He's
You're
always
dead.
been unpredictable, and he's always been asking very weird questions of Reckoning whenever they try and come into A, especially with the Phantom in his hands. Now, Razor's going to find an opening. He definitely knows some fancy lineups for the Spain shells, and Stokey gets caught off guard, looking really, really silly. So the Reyna is dead. It's now 4 members on the defense. This should be Reckoning's round, Stokey.
Yeah, I mean, they have all the tools necessary to deal with this. I mean, the side of Rebellious, they do have a fair amount of ultimate, so maybe it can swing back in their favor if they're not careful, especially with the raised bazooka now going in. How many kills will it find? No, it hits the ground and it does nothing. Did get a little bit of damage up onto the Cypher, but that's about it. Clone now out of utility is gonna rely solely on his weapon. Is he gonna be able to find the first kill? No, he actually messes up the spray with the Vandal, and Ion is quick to find the trade. Down to a 4v3. Omen has the ulti, Cypher has the ulti, but it's unlikely that they find anything over here. As the plant has come through, well, if you stroll out like that, then you could possibly make a comeback. But Tchaikovsky finding two. Rio is quick to trade though, and just like that, finally stuck in a 2v1, getting attacked from both sides ahead and behind. And Reckoning Gaming finally showing signs of life once
Match
again.
point.
And well, this is gonna be match point. All the pressure in the world on Rebellious Gaming, Vivek. What do you do here?
I mean, you look at the buy, right? You look at what Rebellious can put together. So they have the neural theft, they have the Omen's ultimate to work with. Yeah, this is map point, and now you've got to look at what Rebellious can really do. I mean, they don't have much. Maybe Khan can look to teleport for a little bit of information, but Teflon Mike has that same
Revealing
luxury.
area.
So it's going to be a tricky round. You also got the knives out, so if the Jet, if Ion is really feeling it, he can get cheeky with a flash and try and clear a close corner. Buster, the definition of a close corner is he's just huddled towards the mid walls. Now those walls actually get spotted out commonly by Sova, but I believe that exchange of utility has already taken place. If you are reckoning, you're going to be patient, Floki, and try and work off your second recon bolt. That's the plan for reckoning.
I agree, and I was just about to say that this B defense is not looking too solid, as all four members of Reckoning were towards that area. Could have just hit that if they wanted to, but they make the wiser decision, back off, decide that they don't have respawn, they just need to take their time.
Yep.
Buster, though, is gonna find the first kill, opening things up for Rebellious Gaming, making this offense a lot weaker now. It's all gonna come down to the race. Can you find the opening cracks with the bazooka? He is looking, but he doesn't find anyone. Stoke is able to find the first. Can he find the second? No, going into tandem, and he messes up his movement. Ends up crashing into
30
a corner and
seconds
is
left.
quick to be punished. Tchaikovsky comes in, manages to pick off Razor, down
Last
to a
player
4v2. This is
standing.
not doable at all for the side of Reckoning Gaming, and the defense is gonna take this away. The match will go on, and well, Reckoning Esports, they tried but they failed. They just need to take away one match point. Like, I mean, they're just one round away from winning this map, and it's looking as if they're slowly starting to get a little bit desperate.
That goes
You know,
there.
the Race is
This
rushing
goes
it into
here.
the side with the bazooka, desperately looking for a kill.
This should do.
Strokey comes out, finds a pick. Yes, he messes up,
this
but
is a nice
even
one.
then, he buys enough time for the retake to come in. And Tchaikovsky
This goes here.
is there to punish, is there to hold, is there to make sure that they have enough
Get out of
time
my way.
necessary to get in position, and nobody from the enemy team can just take away Heaven Control.
Not just that, I mean, you got to commend what Official Buster did in that round. But they threw a fake smoke towards B. Official Buster said, I'm not moving. He just held mid and he got that rotation. He cut the mid rotation, causing more problems for the side of Reckoning, as he's meant to bring down both Teflon Mike as well as Ion,
Spike
the heavy
planted.
hitters for the side of Reckoning. The spike's being planted, now a 3v3 retake. Buster still sitting at both house patiently waiting. He has no idea where the others are. They'll start though on the side of Reckoning with the Hunter's Fury. Tchaikovsky get up on the side and makes a play on the
One
Hunter's
player
Fury.
standing.
Manages to bring down one. It's now 1-1. It's Rio versus Toki. And Rio with the classic
Attackers
pistol. With
win.
the classic with the ghost.
Today
They managed to
is
clutch
not our
things
day
out.
to die.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Rio. In the end, it came down to one man in one corner with one awkward pistol in his hand, as he had run out of everything. He used the Hunter's Fury. He did his best to get the trades. Official Buster tried his hardest to clutch that one out, but it just wasn't enough. I think you gotta, I mean, if you had to do a comparison of the three young, or the younger up and coming CSGO players, I think we could say today was maybe Ayan's day. Maybe Ayan did enough for his team. And I think that there are definitely more CSGO players which I'm definitely missing out on. The scores are on your screen. I think Tchaikovsky, it's been a great game from Tchaikovsky. He's done a phenomenal job on the Cypher. He's up there with 25 kills. I think what you want to look at is econ rating. So that's how much damage you output with the least amount of resources. So if you just look at that, Ayan and Buster with lesser resources have outputted a lot more damage today.
Absolutely. And I'm really surprised to see Sikorsky on top of this scoreboard. And I must say, even though the match went the way of Reckoning Esports, it's safe to say that Sikorsky is pretty close to being the second MVP
Yep.
of this particular map.
Yeah,
Uh,
second MVP.
yeah,
I think that's a fair assessment, Floki.
yeah, and I have to say, Ayan, like you mentioned on the op, very clean, very pristine. If I may commit a sin and make some small comparisons to CS:GO here, his opping style is very similar to that of Device. He doesn't take unnecessary risks, doesn't
Yep.
peek out unless he needs to. He holds the angles and he
Yeah.
makes sure that he uses that op to its fullest potential.
Yeah. So we got the next map, which is coming up. That's going to be Haven. It's personally my favorite map. I mean, A, B, and C. If you can just keep saying those alphabets in 64 different permutations and combinations, that itself is enough to keep you occupied for a day. But yeah, map 2 is coming up. You're watching the One Play Esports Valorant Invitational. My name is Vivek. With me was Floki. If you've been enjoying the broadcast, do follow One Play Esports on their Twitch, their Instagram, their YouTube, and their Facebook. It's the number one Play Esports. You can find me at the rate official Vivek on Instagram, at the rate Vivek on Twitter, and Vivek Casting on Facebook. You can find Hirak at the rate Hirak T on Twitter. Am I missing anything else, Hirak of yours? Are you still on
No,
Facebook? No, you aren't.
no, I'm not.
Anyway,
I'm not. I'm done with Facebook.
anyways,
Yeah.
anyways, that's it from us. But we're just gonna take a short break, a really, really short break, like a one-way cipher cage where you can see your legs. That short. We're gonna take that short a break, and then we're going to come back with Haven.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to One Play Esports Valorant Invitational. The second best of three is upon us, and in case you missed it, the first map is over. So stick
Yep,
around, don't go anywhere for map number two because it's an
yep,
exciting, nail-biting game between Rebellious Gaming and Reckoning Esports. And Vivek,
yep.
what a match, man! I have to say, Reckoning looks so solid on defense. On attack, it seemed they were crumbling a little bit, but managed to pull it back just in the nick of time, not allowing Rebellious Gaming to snowball out of control and go into overtime.
Yeah, I think it was really touch and go. I mean, you could see Ayan like he was holding the best he could with the operator, but at the end, I think he just gave up, and then his other teammates stepped in for him. That's the nature of Ascent, right? Like there is a limit to how much one person can do. Others have got to step in. If you looked at Rebellious, I think the standout player for them has got to be Official Buster as well as Saikowski. Both of them really doing their best in the defense as well as the offense. I mean, Official Buster had some nutty rounds where he said, "You know what? I'm just going to go do my thing and just try and split open sides." And he did that once at A. He crept in from A long, and with the Sheriff, he found 2 kills. It's been a little touch and go for Rebellious. They did manage to come back. I'm particularly curious about how they use the Reyna. I think definitely that's one way of using Reyna. But Reyna was more the mm, there's a term. I mean, in our pubs, we have somebody who gets the responsibility of holding onto the spike. That's what Shoki was doing here. But yeah, I think it's really interesting to see what they do on Haven. I think
Mm-hmm.
Haven is where both teams will be challenged a lot more in terms of their fundamentals as to how they rotate and how they communicate with each other. You could see a little bit of miscommunication between Rebellious on the defense. We're really hoping that that kind of miscommunication doesn't happen on Haven, because Haven is where the Psychowskis really, really shine. It's where the ciphers, where the killjoys, if they're going to pick up a killjoy, those agents are really meant to shine because they're just meant to get information, anchor a site, and hold on.
Absolutely. And Haven is another one of those maps where it really boils down to the mid showdown, right? Mid is obviously B is the hardest side to take on the map. So if you can go through early window as the attackers on the side, get the peak with the operator, find a pick off, you can quickly bust open the B side. So the B defense really has to be strong,
Yeah,
whichever team is going to be playing it first. Just make
yeah,
sure that if necessary, maybe even pick Sage. I know
yeah,
she's been nerfed a million times, but that wall can really slow down a person. Make sure
yeah,
that the possibility of the enemy team just finding a pick and rolling it to the B side, getting control, I mean, that
yeah.
possibility is much, much lower.
Yeah, I mean, the older way to anchor down Haven back in the day was to have some combination of Sage, Brimstone, and Cypher. But I think we're mostly going to see. I don't know if you're going to see Cypher, Killjoy, and Sova, but you're going to see some
Yeah,
variations of those. The wall has been nerfed, like you mentioned. The self heal is now 60 over 10 seconds. The heal to others that you dish out is 60 over 5 seconds. Your
yeah,
slow AoE has been reduced because the slow was so much area control for the Sage, right?
it
You
was
would you would
insane.
really control so much area, and a slow with the Molotov coming up from Brim. That those were the older ways in which people tackled like holding on to space in Haven along with the wall. You just wall off B, you ignore B, and you move on. But I think that time is gone. We're going to definitely see a Cypher. I'm just curious to see if any of these teams pick up the Killjoy. It's there. It's open pickings, friends.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody is going to pick up the Killjoy. I'm just curious to see what kind of drafts we see from these teams. And yeah, you mentioned B control. It's going to be a fun one when both these teams try and hold on to B.
Yeah. And once again, I'm just really curious to see if they do pick up the Killjoy, like you mentioned, because in my personal opinion, and like I've been Platinum 3, so maybe my opinion counts for nothing. But Sentinel, out of all the Sentinels that are in the game, Killjoy seems to be the weakest in some sense, right? Because you look at Cypher, you look at Sage, you
Yeah,
look at Killjoy. Sage has the double slow, Sage has the heal, so Sage is always gonna find some utility in every situation. With Killjoy, yes, you have a really good sentry gun, and yes, you have your nanoswarm
the turret.
and the
Yeah,
yeah, your nanoswarm and that little bot that attaches to the enemy and makes them vulnerable. But they're all destructible, and if you're sort of like having awareness that there is a killjoy in the enemy team and you have a killjoy player on your own team, you can sort of figure out what's going on. But yeah, let's have a look at the map. It's going to be coming up on our screens. I think as far as killjoy is concerned, it the best way to play, maybe other killjoys can disagree, but I think the best way to play is just to hold down these site entrances all by yourself with the nano swarm, as that eliminates the possibility of taking out your grenades by getting close enough to them and getting those shots off. But speaking of killjoy, neither of the team has picked up one.
Okay.
It's just going to be the standard mirror for both teams. In fact, no, I don't think this is a standard mirror. I see a jet on Rebellious Gaming, but I don't see any jet on Reckoning Esports.
You see the jet on Reckoning, you don't see it on Rebellious. That's what you mean to say. Because Ion is confident with the operator. Rebellious, they're confident in different parts of the map with different duelists. They have the Raze. They have Buster playing with
Revealing
the
area.
Phoenix again. Am I messing up something? I don't know.
No, you know.
Psychowski, though, he's going to be playing the Sova. He gets blinded and picked off. And that is not a good start for Psychowski, to be honest.
Absolutely. I mean, getting rid of Psychowski right at the start, making this a 5v4, huge advantage of the attackers. They can even slow things down now and play off of information, just what this early pick allows you to do. And it's relatively one of those low risk, high reward plays, right? Because as offense, you can peek out, you can double peek, hell, even triple peek if need be to get that first kill. But as I say, that Clone manages to swing things back in their favor as he finds a pick onto the enemy Cypher. He does pay a hefty price for it, as he's basically a breath away from a death. But just like that, I think they are going to collapse on towards that C side all the way from main. Clone is coming in from that garage area, but decides the better of it and does the whole wraparound from C long. The Omen still biding his time, waiting for the wraparound coming, but look at this. Rio is well aware of what's happening, and so is the Omen. They're both actually moving back out here, trying to take this 2v1 and making sure that they
30
don't get
seconds
all
left.
these pickoffs that could result
player
in that
remaining.
situation here. But now, though, it seems that Clone's gonna get taken down as he was only a breath away from death. And just like that, A site's completely open. They're gonna run in with their knives. The timing could throw them off, though. Oh no! Khan looks away at just the
10
wrong moment
seconds
as the
left.
recon bolt comes in. Throw across, and Plant's gonna be there. In fact, you don't even need the plant because Rio just found a kill for himself. Some extra money, though. The spike does go down, and just like that, Reckoning Esports off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, I mean, Psychowski on the Sova just peeking a long for information gets punished immediately. And once you're on the defense on this map and you lose one of your teammates, it just gets harder and harder to hold on. Psychowski, I don't blame him, but I understand where he was coming from. Now the offense has a solid buy. I mean, if you look at Reckoning, they've invested in weaponry. They've got a Spectre here. I did see a Phantom somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. And the logic for this round is to just play it slow. So Spectre, and I think it should be their round. Psychowski is, again, going to volunteer for information towards A-Long. He's been punished for the second time. Buster with the Sheriff is just... He's going to shut down BRZ, but at close range, Ion on the jet with the Spectre just gets the better of him. Khan still in that corner with the classic will match to find one. But the trades are coming in from the offense, and now just two members
Player remaining.
alive. This is getting worse and worse as it's just Razor, if I'm not mistaken, who's got to make this retake work or
Spike
even
planted.
try and make it work up towards Heaven. He's got a pistol in his hands. I believe he's got himself a ghost. And yeah, I mean, nobody's really peeking. Nobody's giving him any information or any opportunity. So he's got to drop down.
Yeah, you're just hoping you can run away with a weapon or get some extra pocket cash. Maybe you
Out of
get a
charges.
pick off towards the end and exit frag. But Rio has spotted him. They know he's there,
There they are.
and he's gonna
Player
commit to
remaining.
this. He's actually find a kill onto Rio, but it's gonna get quickly traded out by Ion. So good economic damage there. If nothing else, they managed to build up their bank a little bit more on the side of Rebellious Gaming. But this is the round that's gonna decide what the flow of the game is gonna look like. And looking at the buys, it seems Rebellious Gaming have the slightly worse buy because they are running with a Bulldog. They have full utilities though, so let's see how they decide to use all their abilities and which side they decide to hit.
Yeah.
Kind of like this default approach where they have just put the Tripwire up towards the C side and are just playing for mid control and maybe get a pick off towards A.
Yeah, Clone actually did manage to find a kill in the previous round. I believe he swapped in his pistol for somebody else's pistol, but he did manage to get a kill with the Sheriff. It's some pocket money, like you mentioned. And I'm not quite sure if it's enough for the defense. I think we can delve into their setup a little bit more. They've got the Cypher just anchoring C, the Raze just holding on to Garage the best she can, and B seems to be a little bit more fluid. They're rotating between B and A. So B is the side that they're kind of giving up, where the Sova Saikowski is trying to get as much information as possible. Reckoning are being extremely patient. Just look at this patience, and maybe this patience might be rewarded. The problem is they have only 52 seconds to work with. Razor is trying to push out A long bit by bit. One smoke to really make this execute come together. Quite sure if they're going to find it though.
Yeah, and they're also sort of working with an HP disadvantage, but Clone quickly trades him out, manages to find a kill, and so does Buster. And suddenly the offense comes shattering and
30 seconds
down.
left.
Phoenix
One
one by himself
player
and his loads of.
remaining.
Oh, he gets the collateral on both of them. A triple for official Buster, make that a quadra, and just like that, Buster single-handedly shuts down this entire push coming in from Reckoning Esports. You said something about Tchaikovsky being the MVP, but the way this is going, I think Buster's gonna take that title for sure.
On this map, if Rebellious managed to win, yeah, I think I mean I don't know. I think the MVP, if you had to pick an MVP for the side of Rebellious, Buster is definitely up there with Tchaikovsky. This time they've actually shifted Strokey's role, which is quite interesting. He's not playing a duelist, so he's the Cypher this time around. And yeah, he's got Tchaikovsky on Sova, the Sentinel, to just help him out as much as possible. Clone is going to hold on to double doors. The setup hasn't changed all that much. A lot of Cypher utility is missing at C, so I'm not quite sure if it's been split open. The Omen is actually getting onto the back of side. He snuck in. He's gone past Strokey. Strokey has been blindsided. Strokey has not even relayed this information to his team. So this could be a problem for the defense. Now Strokey is playing this close corner, so they don't even know where Strokey is. Razor gets a kill with the classic pistol, but Strokey hasn't been accounted for. He manages to find two good Teflon Max and Ion dead. The only two members of Reckoning alive. It's the Sova and the Omen.
That teleport by Razor. Yeah, it's not gonna work out in his favor, and it's strange that the second round is also gonna go in the favor of Rebellious Gaming. They managed to pick up the kill onto Rio, and Strokey finally showing his true colors on the Cypher, Vivek. Seems he's already doing a lot better than he was on his Reyna back on Ascent.
Yeah, I think we have an opportunity to look at the scoreboard, right? Like you voted as Buster to be the
This should do.
your MVP, and so far seems to be justifying that. And if you look at the side of Reckoning, you have Razor that's doing reasonably well on the Omen. Clone is doing well on the Raze. I think we have a little bit of time to actually just orient ourselves as to who's playing what. So Clone is doing reasonably well on the Raze. But yeah, 2-2. I think if you manage to put up 6 rounds on offense in Haven, I think you've done well. You could obviously do it better, and Teflon Mike knows that he can perform a lot more. He managed to deal with Tchaikovsky, and he's got BLZ by his side to deal with Buster. Buster dealt for. The A side split wide open, Floki, and now the defense is trying to find their way back.
Absolutely, and massive gonads on the side, but just pushing the Phoenix even on his ulti. He knew that there was a chance he could get a pick off, and even though the Phoenix pulled out his gun in time, he couldn't get the aim duel, and BRZ once again picks up a second kill for himself, finally being shut down by Khan. 2v4, not really in favor of Rebellious Gaming, but can they make something happen here? The opponent, Omen, does manage to get a smoke off. Nice flash onto those two, but the question is, can they find more? The answer is yes! In fact, Strokey found 2 for himself. There's only one person remaining. He's all the way on the other part of the map. He's trying to make his way from long, but there's the Hunter's Fury. There's the big brain play coming in from Rio, as he knew exactly where to hit. And this offside defense from Sova, it's always so wonderful to see.
Yeah, I mean, really well played by Rio. Just being patient. He heard the spike being tapped, if I'm not mistaken. He knew exactly where the spike was planted, channeled the Hunter's Fury, got the kill, and secured the round for the side of Reckoning. So Reckoning now are looking even better. The economy is starting to come together nicely. If you look at the defense, I think they've got 2 ultimates to work with. Clone has his rocket to work with, and I believe Khan can also just TP about if he needs any information floating.
Yeah, and I mean, with all these ultimates ready, you'd think that the round would go in Reckoning's favor, and it is. The first kill, Teflon Mike picks it up, this time on the Phoenix, not the Omen. just showing us what he's made of. I don't think we've seen him do a lot on this Phoenix right off the bat, but with his ultimate, he can definitely make things happen now for his team. We'll see when he decides to press W and get the sports car up and running. Maybe he's gonna relay some information. Maybe they can find a trade, or maybe he can just clear out the site all by himself. Tchaikovsky, though, all alone on the save, being stalked by all the members. He's gonna peek out, and what he sees, he does not like, as his head gets blown off by Rio. Smoke's coming in, A-side control has been given up to Reckoning, and well,
Spike
there we go.
planted.
There's a W being pressed by
I
Teflon
know
Mike as he
exactly
finds the
where.
information for his team. I don't think he saw Buster though. Flash comes in, that should give it away. He finds a sick.
No
Oh
chance.
my god, that was sick! Completely destroying Teflon Mike's, completely destroying official Buster's head. And Strokey, under heaven, taking it easy for now. This is Cypher chilling above.
One
but
enemy
he's
remaining.
not going to be able to pick him off just like that. Ion manages to find another kill. Wait, what? Okay, so Buster is the one who just died. My bad. Anyway, this Cypher, all by his lonesome, it's gonna be a little difficult for him to hold on. And Ion has his knives out, up and ready, just making sure that he can't find any extra jumps to his head.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Oh, just for the CSGO lads, a little bit of vertigo for Rio there. He just gives up, jumps off and gives up on
Gives
that
up.
round altogether. I'm not quite sure why. I think he was trying, but you know there is a jump you can do from Heaven on Haven onto that box on your left without losing too much HP. I think I really don't know what the play was, what he was trying to do.
Hey, the bomb was about to explode. He was dead anyway.
Yeah. So I think he made the call. Let's just keep the kill feed a little bit more entertaining, and that's absolutely okay. Strokey going to be playing close to this Omen smoke. The Sheriff can work. Keeps toggling between his position and the camera. Doesn't actually know too much because none of the offensive made any sound as they crept in. So they've got two members stationed towards pocket, and now Buster on a fact-finding mission wants one find the
My camera
other
is
as
destroyed.
Dayan will bring
Here.
him down. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. There's still Strokey that they have to contend with. He's got the Sheriff to work with, but no, the Sheriff does him no favors as Ayan and BRZ just clear bits of the map all by themselves. Ayan has single-handedly
Spike planted.
ensured that the C side is there's the spike is planted, and
One
BRZ,
player
the
remaining.
man who's meant to deal with the rotations, will actually shut down Tchaikovsky. He's been so crucial on the Cypher, at least on Ascent, but isn't finding much success with the Sova and Haven Floki.
Yeah, and well, Reckoning Esports starting to run away with the lead now. We'll see if the side of Rebellious Gaming can make a comeback. They definitely have the firepower and the knowledge to do so.
Yeah.
But after just losing a round like that, where Buster just taps away Teflon Mike's head like that, I mean, that has to be in some ways demoralizing because that was a nutty flick, man. I don't think I could do that even if I played this game for 5 years in a row.
Yeah.
That was insane.
This time, though, if you look at the defense, they're also close to their ultimates. I mean, Buster, Strokey can actually get the ultimates in this round. Clone and Tchaikovsky already have their ultimates. So this could be a very, very interesting round. Buster wants an ultimate orb if he can lay his hands on one somewhere. But I don't know how easy it's going to be. The defense for now is kind of scrambled. Buster gets the kill, so that's his ultimate up and going. He can push for more. He can run it back. He can push for more information. Does he choose to go through the windows?
Yeah, I think that's the question. He's gonna have to be careful about
found
where his
my
body is. He needs somebody to guard it, but looks like the side of Reckoning Gaming have already exploded on towards a Strokey is gonna be the unfortunate victim as Razor puts a bullet in his head.
Spike
Tchaikovsky
planted.
with the arrow lineup trying to relay over some information to the Phoenix who has on it back up and running. He finds 2 kills, 3. In fact,
One player
the fourth one.
remaining.
In fact, make that a 4th one. Give this man his ace and he's gonna find it. Buster pulling the defense back in this wave after that bomb plant. My goodness. Has this man not done enough already? Like, I think he could relax for the next 5 rounds, not get a single kill, and he'd still have really decent impact on the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, right? The younger players, they have sure aim goodiness. There's no other way to describe what Buster did in that round. And obviously, it's that first kill. It's that first kill that led him towards his run it back, and that's where everything started to really swing in the favor of the defense. That's why at the beginning of the round I mentioned that they're so close to their ultimates. Now they got 4 ultimates. Buster's already found 3 kills. I mean, 3 ultimate AWP points because of his ace in that previous round. So this is looking like a half where, you know, Buster and the others from Rebellious can start to find more momentum. Clone is looking for it. He just sits at door waiting, but he spots no one, and half his body showing is enough for Ion to punish him. Rebellious lose one. Clone gets a little bit carried away, and bit by bit, Reckoning showing that, you know, sure, you're finding your momentum, Buster, you're finding your momentum off the map, but it's not going to be as easy as you think. Teflon Mike has got it in. Teflon Mike will take care of Buster, the danger man. Strokey quickly finds a kill. He searches for information with the noodle theft. He spotted the spike. The spike is starting to make its way towards B. B has been well accounted for as Ion has managed to throw out a couple of cloudbursts. He's taking control of the spike side. The spike should be planted. Now the real question is, where do they position for the retake? Oh wait, they aren't planting. They're actually swinging towards A. They've dealt with Strokey. The Cypher dead. The spike moves over to A. And now Ion is the lurk as he's positioned towards connector. Does he find Sarkowski though?
Yep, beautiful play coming there from the side of Reckoning Esports. They quickly recognize the Cypher is going to reveal their location, and they will most likely expect a P hit, so they all push together towards A. Great arrow by Sai. He's going to spot them out, but it's not going to be enough. Turns out that 2v1 situations are not in your favor, even if you have all the information in the world. But I have to say, brilliant play there by Reckoning Esports, just quickly recognizing that the Cypher ulti is going to reveal the fact that they're going to plant B, and then running through their smokes and making all the way towards A, not giving them time to regroup and maybe set up for a trade, if nothing else, on the side of Rebellious Gaming. Great awareness being displayed here by Reckoning Esports.
Yep.
And for this round, Teflon Mike has the ultimate up and running. We'll see what he can do. We've seen Buster do a lot, but the question is, can Teflon Mike do the same, or if possible, even better? Well, Clone might just put a dent into those plans because he's pushed all the way up towards window, sitting inside the smoke. Although he doesn't see anything, he is gonna know now that they are making their way towards A, so the backstab's gonna come very quickly. Buster finds the first kill, holding on to the side. Teflon Mike finds it too. Still has the ultimate, run it back up and ready. If he wants, not gonna use it just now. And well, Buster is gonna end up taking on the other Phoenix. No, this can't be a second ace. This can't be a second ace, and it's not. It's not. The Sova manages to find the kill. Reckoning Esports. Holy crap, that was close. Both Phoenixes putting up a great performance. They were playing so well, I ended up getting confused as to who used the ultimate and who didn't.
Yeah. But, you know, if you just look at Rebellious, look, you got to be a little concerned because, I mean, 3-7. Buster is doing so much heavy lifting, but I'm not quite sure if it's enough. I'm not quite sure if the team is really fulfilling its responsibilities. I'm not quite sure if Sarkowski as well as Strokey are doing enough to hold on to these sites. And now the more I think about it, a killjoy would be really nice on this map for any team on defense. I don't know, but folks seem to be more comfortable with the Sova and the Cypher. I don't blame them.
Yeah. Now we have this op setup running in from Reckoning Esports towards this garage area. The bazooka comes out, it doesn't really do anything. That's a wasted ultimate from the side. Wait, yeah. Am I? Okay, no, never mind. That was probably the frag grenade then. Because I'm pretty sure I saw a huge splatter. And that wasn't the Raze ultimate, that was actually the Raze frag grenade. But W getting pressed now, official Buster looking to go on a rampage, but for now, Razor will find the first pick onto Sarkowski. Into a 5v4 situation, he does find a lot of info, if nothing else at the very least. The Omen gonna TP out now, the Raze throws out the bazooka, does a fair amount of damage, but gets picked up by Razor with the ultimate usage. And just like that, the C side slowly being opened up, Buster all by his lonesome, still holding his ground. No, please don't let this man get away with murder. And they won't. The shot dart is gonna get the kill. Razor finds another one, but Khan is there for the trade. Sight has been opened up. Sight is in a precarious position. And oh my goodness, Razor with the 4K and Ion with the op. They managed to put a stop to Rebellious Gaming's plans.
Yeah, I mean, they're just reading Rebellious's rotations so well. I think Razor as well as Ion are doing a great job at just having a read as to what Rebellious are trying to do. Every time they move onto a side, they read the defensive rotation so well. They're just stopping them as they try and make the rotation. So I think Rebellious have got to rely less on Buster and more on all of them. As I think everybody needs to, get
pitch
together,
in.
rally around, pitch in, because 8-3 is not where you want to end the half.
Yes,
the
Psychowski
pressure-
needs to wake up. He needs to start fragging and start pulling some weight for his team. Clone, meanwhile, is gonna find the first kill on towards Razor, starting the round off with a man advantage. Question is, what more can he bring out of this? In fact, he thinks so, gets the spike, gets revealed through the smoke. Brilliant play. Official Buster says, you know what? If you're not gonna be able to pick up your slack, Psychovsky, I got your back, buddy. I'm gonna carry you through this half TP. Down to a 5v2. This is most certainly not doable.
I know
But
exactly.
Teflon Mike,
player
otherwise, that's
remaining.
running back up and ready. BRZ gonna go down.
Joke's
Teflon Mike
over.
caught
You're
in a
dead.
1v3. Has the tools necessary to really pull this off. Finds the first kill, uses the run it back. Can he find the second one? No, he's been picked off by the Sova, but he gets shot from the back by Buster. And he shows that he's the better Phoenix for the day. Ending the round 8-4.
Switching
Well,
sides.
That was the best that Rebellious Gaming could have hoped for after the series of events.
Yep.
And now we get to see what they have in store for Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, I mean, even okay, you can understand why the offense could look so good. I'm just concerned is 4 rounds too less as they move into a new half. I think if you look at the drafts in their essence, if you just look at what Rebellious and Reckoning are working with, I personally think that Official Buster and his squad have enough. If you actually think about it, they've got the Raze, right? The Raze is so good at just controlling areas, and she is a duelist, but she offers so much control with the boombot, the paint shells, and even the rocket launcher. You think that would have been enough on defense? Maybe it wasn't, but maybe it's enough on offense. And now Reckoning, they've got to put that theory to test. What does that draft do really? For now, it's basically the paranoia. The first point of contact sprays wildly to the fence. He finds one. It's only Khan. He found the enemy Omen, and he's got a little bit of help as Rio is chipping in with that goal. Psychowski will manage to take off Teflon Mike. Buster elsewhere will find success as BRZ is dead. It's now a 3v3 for the defense. Ayan throws out of those doors, but Strokey, no, the burst fire at close range, just not enough. Ayan quick enough to flick and take the kill, will bring down the enemy Cypher. Now Rebellious just have Buster and Clone to work with. Oh,
Yeah. That was such a quick round. I mean, they managed to get A control all the way,
Spike
and
planted.
Reckoning Esports immediately started rotating towards it as soon as they realized that they left the site completely open. Slowly but surely regaining control. Not the prettiest defense for Reckoning Esports, but they managing to make it work. And just as I say that, they managed to also find a pick off. Clone on half HP. Completely blindsided by the smoke. He's gonna have to play a lot more passively. The bomb, though, is in favor of them. They can't really get a
One
defuse
player
off
remaining.
without giving up a lot
One
of kills.
player
Buster
remaining.
finds third kill, Clone finds the fourth, and just like that, Rebellious Gaming will take the first pistol round. Very crucial for them if they want to make a comeback that they win this round. And we know how the story goes. They're gonna get some SMGs. They're gonna get their hands on some phantoms if they really want. Maybe a Vandal there. But
Yeah.
this round was certainly going in the way of Rebellious Gaming. Let's see what Reckoning decide to do. They could put a dent in their plans. Having a scout on this map is actually not bad. The Marshal, rather. Excuse my French there. You can find those initial pickoffs on towards
Absolutely.
C main and B mid.
your French is excusable, but yeah, the marquee can work. That doesn't work. You cannot walk up to the door, lift your hand, do your best impressions of the jazz hands that you got, and hope that you can get away with that.
One player
Psychowski is,
remaining.
however, getting away with murder. He's running just to ghost and upgraded shields, and he's doing a lot of work.
That was a
Light
quick
shield.
round.
Yeah, that's quick, and I think Reckoning really, I get where they come from. They're like, guys, this is a throwaway round. We're not investing anything. Let's just try the nuttiest things we can do on defense. Now is when Reckoning flex, get the operator maybe, get a couple of proper guns to work with, and now is when their defense should start to be tested. So Ion hasn't gone for the operator because I don't think he's saved up enough credits. So he's just gone for the Phantom, upgraded shields, and I'm sure he has enough utility to work with a couple of
Joke's
outbursts and
over. You're
tailwinds
dead.
and whatnot. Teflon Mike, how much of a official buster can he be? How much
Yeah.
can he do anchoring A long? This is where Buster was playing a lot in the previous half of the
Yeah, but it seems that they
Deploying
have
drone.
given up on the idea of going in. They're making their way towards mid. Nice, nice owl out from both Soas, rather. They're going to be able to find a lot of information, but look at the positioning, and I think they just managed to spot it. Okay, so the Reckoning Esports owl just managed to spot all the three people making their way towards mid, and now they're going to back off and make their way towards Garage. It seems as they force out some rotation towards this B site, and Reckoning Esports also opening things up on the kill board. Managed to find themselves alone right off the bat. So no frag grenades, no bazookas, no threat there. And Razor looking for a what? Okay, those are like my grandest plans. I imagine I dream about them every day, but they just never come to fruition there.
yeah.
Gets the first kill, but
That's ridiculous. That is not meant to work. Please.
30
kids,
seconds left.
Don't try this at home.
try
Don't
this
try
at
this
home.
in your platinum pubs, your gold pubs, your diamond pubs, your immortal pubs. Please try this in unrated with the friends you don't like too much.
try this in Spike Rush, man. Like, that's the best place to do crazy stuff. If you really want to push yourself to your limits and just, do that, go ahead, load a game of Spike
10
Rush, do
seconds
all the
left.
crazy things you want.
One
Please
enemy
don't do it in a
remaining.
competitive match. You're gonna get
Spike
killed by
planted.
4 other players if they see that.
Yeah. You mentioned those were my wildest dreams. I used to think, after 10 I can take a gap here and travel the world and then go and figure out what I want to do. No, those kind of things only happen in movies. And after getting a kill
Traveling
at
to Dombivli. You ended up traveling to Dombivli after 10th instead. That was the best you could do with the money you
I
saved.
couldn't get to Dombivli, to be honest. I have you been there?
No, not really. I haven't, but I imagine that's.
Have you not passed your 10th?
Okay, nice one. Good job, Vega. I'll give you all the brownie points in the world for that.
This
But
is my spot. That goes there.
yeah, banter aside though, great round coming in from Reckoning Esports. Despite the Omen's crazy antics, they managed to pull it back in their favor, thanks to beautiful performance by the Cypher. And Teflon Mike has his ult up and running. We'll see what
Joke's over!
Rebellious Gaming
You're
decides
dead!
to do. Here's the scoreboard once again. Singing a similar story as last time. Teflon Mike finds the first kill with the help of that double body. But oof! Yeah, that has to hurt. That rage utility just completely destroying them. But look at BRZ. In fact, destroying the side of
player
Rebellious
standing.
Gaming with their heads. Gonna be splattered all across the bomb sites. As Stan trying to put it back in their favor, but Ion is there, making sure that the push is shut down completely, not even waiting for his buddy. So really confident in his play there. And just like that, well, it's gonna be another round in the bag for Reckoning Esports, and the economy is slowly being destroyed.
I've just got to call out some of that ability usage coming out from the defense and the offense rookie, because there was some great stuff happening in that round. So Official Buster gets the first kill towards long, but Clone knows the... I mean, I think the higher you play, like, these lineups become more and more important. Just tossed in a perfect paint shell and cleaned out the side. So Teflon Mike was done for. Clone doing really good with those paint shells. But there was still BRZ hiding in that corner, and BRZ did enough. This is where the Cypher makes a huge difference.
Right
if
here.
you can, at close quarters, find not 1 but 2 kills, you've done enough for the defense. And then Ion has solid information. Ion goes in for the trades. I'm not going to talk much about this round because there isn't much of a buy coming out. There's not much that Rebellious are working
Shock
with.
dart.
Stokey's trying his hardest with that Sheriff,
Shock
but
dart.
they know exactly where he is. The shock darts are coming, but they're not reaching. They're falling
One
apart.
enemy
And
remaining.
if the shock darts don't get there, Ion will with the Phantom. That's Stokey dead, and now it's one man. The myth. The legend.
Buster.
Sheriff. 4
he's a-
shields to work with. 4 points of shields to work with.
Yep. Not sure if he can pull it back, but if he manages to somehow get the 4K, hey, he's gonna have an ult next round. So there's a wild dream for you. If you just finish your 10th. Well, the dream is gonna remain a dream as his soul gets sucked into the black hole. That was really cool, but
Yeah, it's called the Singularity skin.
singularity. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Did
really
you
cool.
do you love watching space related stuff, Loki?
I used to, but much like my wildest dreams, it only remained a dream. I ended up doing something else with life.
Have you visited NASA?
Have you?
I've seen Swadesh. That's the closest I've been.
It begins.
I
Well, you
don't know.
might.
I don't know.
Man, I was gonna like one up you on that with the Akshay Kumar movie reference. I don't quite remember which one was it, but it's the one where they created all of it all by themselves and sent it in space. But more about that later.
Okay.
As the crucial buy rounds out here from Rebellious Gaming, they need to win this one if they want to have any semblance of making a comeback in this round.
Spike
And
planted.
Ion, he's just shutting down their hopes and dreams. They too managed to get the plant with the stop coming on towards B side, but look at BRZ's positioning. He manages to find one kill, makes it a 3v3. It's more than enough you could have asked for. Throws out a lot of utility too
One
from
player
Buster
standing.
and Clone. In fact, he's cleaning up. Trophy is there. Razor, in fact, is gonna find the first kill, but he's not gonna be able to find the final two. And just like that, Rebellious Gaming put themselves back on the board. Reckoning Gaming, are they concerned? Maybe, maybe not. But regardless of their concern, they're gonna have a lot of bank to work with.
Yep. I mean, Reckoning have bank. They've not gone for the operator on this map, which is interesting. It tells us a lot about how Ayan approaches this match, or rather this map, compared to... Okay, Ayan has gone for the operator. Something bugged out for me. But yeah, Ayan has actually picked up the operator, and I think he's sitting on top of the
Yeah,
boxes
on the
at B.
box.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
So he's marking mid window. That's the standard jet position. Miss the shot, you dash away. But Ayan, does he miss?
Nope,
Nope.
he does not. He finds the biggest fragging hero on the side of Rebellious Gaming, Buster, and now Psychopsy is also going to get picked up by Razor. This
player
offense slowly but
remaining.
surely crumbling, and well, it's just going to be a Cypher remaining all by himself, all by his lonesome. But he's blind as a bat as Teflon Mike goes in for the killing blow, finds himself another pick off, and final round here for Rebellious
Match
Gaming.
point.
Vivek, they better be capable of magic because that's the only thing that's gonna save them and keep them alive here in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't know what brand of magic you've seen, but yeah, the official Buster has to. I don't know. I really don't know what the ask is of official
28
Buster.
kills, man. Like I don't think you can ask any more of this guy, to be honest with you.
I think it's a team thing, Floki. It's not Buster. It's not one man. It's just really
Yeah.
how this team plays. And now they have 4 ultimates, though. So I'm going to give them a shot in this round. Floki.
Absolutely, but more
Joke's
ultimates are
over.
also
Joke's
available on
over.
the side of
You're
Reckoning
dead.
Esports, and I don't think they're going to be very sharp using it well.
Nowhere to
There's the
run.
run it back being taken out by Ion, so he's going to know exactly where the Phoenix is. But look at this!
my way.
Great
Yeah.
ultimate usage by the Soa, finds a lot of damage and a
I know
lot of kills on
exactly
Rebellious
where
Gaming,
you
and the
are.
hopes and
player
dreams
remaining.
have been shattered as even Buster goes down. It's just going to be one man remaining.
Flawless.
Khan, all the pressure on the world on his
Defenders
shoulders,
win.
but
Too
his
easy.
shoulders break, his body breaks, and the dreams of one team, Rebellious Gaming, to make it to the grand finals and win this tournament, they're gone. Wonderful match, though, must say. Reckoning Esports giving us a masterclass in, or really on how to play as a team and playing as disciplined as you can possibly get. I mean, it's the best you could have asked for, in all honesty. They've played with even more discipline than I saw Global Esports play against Team Tamilas, and that's really saying something.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to whoever's calling the shots in Reckoning. I'm not quite aware. If someone in chat knows who the exact in-game leader of this team is, it'd be great. I believe the in-game leader for the side of Team Tamilas, I didn't quite catch their name, but I think all these teams show great leadership. Unfortunately, today, Rebellious get undone, man. Yeah, I think this was not their best showing. They know that they're better than this. It's not just about Buster. It's not just about Psychowski. It's about all 5 of them. They know that they're better than what they played on Haven, and hopefully in future tournaments they can show us why they're better. Anything on the scoreboard, Floki, that you'd really like to touch about? Any of the numbers that stand out other than Buster just being a madman?
Yeah, one number does stand out in particular, and it's actually Teflon Mike's econ rating. You know, he was dying a lot, but it seems that for the amount of money he was spending, he was actually quite stable in his performance. I mean, yes, when Buster is there in the server, your Phoenix is going to pale in comparison. But even then, this Teflon Mike Phoenix, he really pulled through some rounds there for the side of his team, being an anchor when needed, and really just fulfilling the role that his team needs him to be, being that person who you can rely on to solo hold down a bomb site when it comes down to it, when it comes down to those rushes. And yeah, there's only so much you can carry as a single player, as Buster. You really need to get your head together as a team, have a discussion about how you're going to play these maps, what strats you're going to be using, what defaults you're going to be running. And if you're not going to set that in stone, then teams like Reckoning Esports, who have thought about all these things, they're going to take games away from you. And
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
the
Sorry,
good
Floki.
Yeah, the good thing that I mean, if there's anything that Rebellious Gaming can take away from this, it is that they need not be afraid of the side of what was it called again? Reckoning Esports. They do have players who are better individually, as we saw Buster's performance in both games. It's just a matter of sitting down, having a conversation, talking to each other, playing games with the team, and really getting that synergy going that they were sort of lacking here in this series. And I think once they have down, they have what it takes to maybe even go up against global esports, go up against some of the best teams in India, for that matter.
Yeah. I think we just looked at the first couple of BO3s. This is only day number 1 of the tournament. We have our 2 victors for the day, Floki. I'm just going to list them out there. We had Reckoning Esports take the best of 3 versus Rebellious. They won 2-0 on both Ascent as well as Haven. And then our first game of the day was a real treat, actually. We had Global Esports go up versus Team Tamilas. Global Esports won that best of 3 again, 2-0. We saw Bind, we saw Ascent. Global Esports really showing us that as of now, in this legendary duel in the storyline between Global Esports and Team Tamilas, as of yesterday and today, they are the better team. We got the MVPs on our screen. This is the man you want to pay attention to. It's Ayan. This
Yeah,
man has definitely carried the team. I think there's no doubt about this.
absolutely.
He
Brilliant.
44 kills, 26 deaths, 6 assists. He's been rock solid for his team.
Absolutely. And he is the perfect example of being switched from that mindset of giving calls and deciding what the strategy is going to be to just holding his aim button down and being the fragger that his team needs him to be. We saw a couple of rounds on the off where he was extremely solid, didn't let the backstab come through, didn't let the enemies catch him off guard, and give the enemy team really an opening to make a comeback in this game. But I believe that's it for today, folks. It's just going to be these two BO3s. But before we go, we are going to ask you to like, subscribe, share the stream with your friends because we're going to be coming back tomorrow with some more BO3s. We're going to have some more teams coming up. So if you are curious about what the Valorant scene in India is like, hey, what better way to find out than watching the stream and tuning in tomorrow once again. We're going to be going live at the same time as usual. 2 o'clock is going to be the first match. So do be there, do tune in. And until then, like, share, and subscribe the YouTube channel. You can follow me on Twitter at @Hirakti. You can follow Vivek on Twitter at Vivek and on Instagram as official Vivek.
Yep.
The brackets are right in front of you, so we can have Far Esports versus TSF Gaming tomorrow for the first match, and Noble Esports versus Rat Syndicate.
Yep.
And if you're a CS:GO fan, you need to tune in because trust me, some big names are going to be playing tomorrow, and you're not going to want to miss out on that. I'm going to keep it a surprise. Make sure you tune in, and that's going to be it, folks. It was a pleasure having you, Vivek. It was a pleasure being here and casting these 2 games. Do tune in tomorrow. Do subscribe. Keep the stream bookmarked, and we'll see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock.